Hi, this is Christian. So in this video, we'll talk about Laravel. Okay, and not doing any coding here, just going over what Laravel is and how you use it in the program. So Laravel, as you can see, is a backend, open source PHP, I should say, full stack web application framework. Okay, that uses PHP as the source language. It embraces or uses the MVC, the model view controller architecture pattern. You'll see that when we start coding. It has a lot of built-in application features, things I listed here, as you can see, and many more, but these are some of the most important or relevant ones you will get to use quite a lot. So in this demo, and in the next video, we're going to do the following. Okay, we'll install Laravel, create a application, a really simple hello world application in Laravel. We're going to look at the model view controller and the routes files and folder structures. And we're going to create a simple Blade templated syntax system, actually a template, and then we're going to render the content using the language syntax to the browser, okay? And these are some really nice readings about Laravel, some documentations here. They have an okay documentation. It's still not the best, in my opinion. The best online documentation is still php.net, okay? But indeed, they do some really nice examples as well. So the tools you need are as follows. You will need at least a PHP 8 or higher, highly recommended. You can still go with 7, I'm pretty sure, but it may cause some issues. And the best way to do that is basically install XAMPP on your system, because XAMPP is a program that installs a stack of other applications you need already, right? The X here stands for cross-platform. The A is for Apache, M is for MariaDB or MySQL, and the P's here are for Perl and PHP, okay? And if you are on a Mac, you want to use it, that's only for Mac, you will use the one that says MAMP, and Windows will say WAMP instead. But I use XAMPP because it's cross-platform. Now, you also need Composer, which is the package installer. This is not only used only for Laravel, it's for the entire PHP framework. So this is synonymous to NPM, when you talk about Node. So you need a Composer to do that, and an IDE of your choice. There are a lot of IDEs. Any IDE will work, whichever you feel most comfortable with. You don't have to change IDE. But I'm using Visual Studio Code, so I will stick with this one here. It's free, open source, you already know that. The other one is PHP Storm, which is really powerful. It's not free, but it's really robust, provided by the JetBrains team. So if you want to get a free version of that, you can follow this link here and sign up as a student or an educator and some other license too to give you a free for 1 year, okay? But in this example, I will be using just Visual Studio Code so that everybody can use it as well. Okay, and then you also need to install the Laravel CLI. It's recommended after you install Composer, right? So once you do that, just install the Laravel CLI globally by running this command right here, okay? So that's that. Right, so Composer is really simple. I'm gonna go right there right now just to show you what it looks like. So I'm using Windows, so if you're on a Windows system, just download the executable files and run the installer that way. It's very easy. You can also run in the command terminal like you see here. Just copy one of these and run it directly, okay? If you're on Mac, they also have different ways to do that as well. Mac or Linux systems, okay? So install that first. And then now down here, just a little bit history of Laravel. As you can see, it's still quite young compared to other frameworks, I guess, especially the .NET. But it's been around for the last decade or so. We are now using version 9, right, at the time of this recording. So version 10 is coming up, next couple of months or so. So versions are important to understand because they can break some changes or the folder structures might change a little bit, but the framework will still be the same, okay? So just be aware of that. So down here is how you create a Laravel project. Just follow the same steps. Here again, I'm using the Composer as opposed to the Laravel. You can also create a project using the Laravel command or Laravel CLI itself, but for our example, we'll be using Composer to create that for us, okay? So this is the command here to run your application. Once it's installed, use the PHP artisan command and followed by the serve function. Okay, and then by default, I think it's the localhost port number 8000 is the default port number. You can use localhost or you can use the 127.0.0.1, which is the same thing. Okay, so here is the structure for Laravel 9, the folder structure, I should say. Now, if you're using the older version of Laravel or a new version, these folder directories may change or may not be exactly what you see here. So on the left side here is the root directory. The root directory means it's the root project, right? So for example, up here, if I create a project called my app, inside my app folder, I'm going to see these folders in addition to some other files. Here, we're just looking at the directories. So there's about 10, 11 directories in here for Laravel 9, all right? You will see this by default. The one I put in blue here means that they will be created and scaffolded for you automatically when you install or create your project, okay? So it's important here. On the right side is what's inside this app directory. We only focus on this app directory here. So if you open the app directory, you will see these directories as well. The one I put in blue here, again, are the default ones. The one in black are only as need basis. So if you want to create the black ones here like this, you would use the artisan command, make : whatever that is, and it will create these folders for you automatically for in here. Okay, so chances are we're not gonna probably using many of these one here, other than just the default ones. And down here is what each of these directories do, right? What do they provide and what's their purpose? So if you read about it here, you understand maybe better. But most importantly, we're going to focus mainly on the app directory, the public directory here, resources, and the routes, okay? Or mainly just mostly these up here, okay? We're not going to focus too much on the bottom ones down here. So these will be touched quite extensively, especially if you want to config and do some database activities, which we'll probably not do in this class. Okay, so down here are some of the, again, information about the other directory inside the app directory here, what these folders are. The important ones we'll be using are the HTTP, the providers, mainly just those two, okay? The other ones, we're not gonna do them until maybe later, but I think just those two here, right? Okay, so Laravel uses a templating syntax system called Blade. So it's called a Blade syntax. Or sometimes you refer to the view as a Blade view, then we mean a Blade file. A Blade file must have the extension .blade.php attached to it. Okay, if you don't have that attached to the file name, it's not going to be rendered by the Blade system. Yeah, you can still use a view, just a regular HTML PHP file, which is okay, but you're not going to be able to inject Blade syntax. So that's what it looks like. And these are stored inside the resources/views directory, okay, which is the one I mentioned up here, the views directory, not shown here, way up here, inside of resources, okay? We'll see as we code. And then inside that file you open up, it will look just like this, just like a regular HTML document, or if you will, if you have a PHP document, and you will see some of these curly braces in there, right? These are very similar or should be very familiar if you have been using the mustache tags for like Express or a Flask or other or Angular others, okay? Blade also uses this syntax here. This is for text or string interpolation. This is actually incorrect. The syntax here, I think it's incorrect because the name here should have a $sign. Okay, I could be mistaken, but it's probably incorrect. We'll take a look. Okay, so that means you're going to inject the data into here, and then it will be parsed and we render to the view. You see this is hello, whatever this name is. Okay. This is how a function called get is used. this is part of the HTTP protocols, or I should say HTTP verbs, how you can receive data or request from the browser. And they're going to use to render data to the view. So the get will be a request type. You have this a post, a put, a delete, and options, and patch, and so forth. Okay. So based on the type of request you receive, you're going to match this pattern. This is the pattern that needs to be matched in the URL. Once it matches this pattern, then it's going to call this function here from here to here. This is, as you can see, is a callback function, or referred to as a closure in Laravel and PHP, also known as just anonymous function, basically. Okay, so this function here returns a view. It is a view function that you pass data to it. The required parameter is the view name. Okay, these are just some data parameters you pass to the component or the view to be rendered. So if you want to pass the name variable to this template here, you would pass it this way. There are a couple ways to do this, but the easier way is to use an array of key value pairs, or also known as the associative array, or I guess you can also refer to as object, right? So you do that, and when run this to the view, you can see a message that looks like this. Okay. All right. So, and here are just some examples where you can use Blade view versus just a PHP view file. So here is an example of a regular PHP code, right? If you have a .php file, you have, this is the HTML area. And if you want to inject PHP code in there, you can put the PHP tags and then run some code in here. I'm using here, for example, it's a for each loop. The loops through a variable called users, and then you loop that through here using just PHP code, okay? And if you're using the Blade syntax, using this as opposed to this, right? I mean, down here, this is the Blade syntax. Looks kind of similar, as you can see. You're basically changing the PHP here to the @ symbol, right? Pretty much that's it. And then you will use the curly braces here as opposed to the PHP echo command. So you can see it's like a replacement. So this is a Blade syntax, and you will be using this as opposed to the PHP code, all right? The rule is that, again, a Blade file can only allow you to use the Blade syntax in here, okay? Like the @ symbol, the curly braces. If you do not use the Blade template, if you try to inject these data into the Blade template, you're gonna see these just like regular text. So do not do that. Don't mistake by doing that, because you will be exposing some sensitive data to the user, to the view people, right? But PHP can exist in both templates. So as you can see, in either a .php file or a Blade PHP file, PHP is still that PHP. It doesn't really care, right? So therefore, if I have a file called index.php, I can render my variable using the PHP syntax. If I'm using the Blade template, I can use the Blade syntax, okay? But if you were to use the index.php, and if you try to use Blade syntax, then this is what you're gonna see in the browser as opposed to the interpolated variable values, right? So do not do that. But PHP exists in both states. So here is a .blade PHP file. I can put both Blade code and PHP code, right? And here again, PHP code and Blade code. So it's PHP's world. But I recommend not to use PHP code, because that's the whole idea. Otherwise, it defeats the purpose of the Blade syntax. So use it only if you must. If you don't use it, then try not to use it. You do everything in the source, right? And then just do some Blade syntax here. Down here is for creating routes. We'll be doing that as well. As you can see, it takes the get, put, post, delete, patch options in here. This is the request type that's in the route class. Use the : here. And then you pass in the URL and a callback function, or again, a closure. The URL here is the pattern. The / is usually reserved for the root directory. And then others would be for example, users, and then / and then an ID or something like that, right? or about or whatever. And then you have to provide a callback function to perform when the user gets to this route. What happens? And that occurs inside this event function here. So this is an event-driven function, right? That means it will not fire until you actually navigate to this URL. Okay, this is an example of what a CRUD operation will look like. So you can see there's a get, a post, a put, a delete. Okay, just the four most common operations here. And for the get, you can use a get, a single ID by passing the ID variable here. Notice the curly braces followed by the ID or the field you want to pass to that URL is what the ID here. There are other ways to do this as well. You can, we'll learn this later, but this is how you pass variable to that. And here a post, you don't need ID. So you just basically, add the data from the body of your form to that data set. Okay. And then the put, you're just updating an existing ID. So that's where you need ID here. And delete is similar. You're deleting a single record, you put ID. If you delete all, you don't need ID. Okay. So these are just how it is set up. All right. So that is pretty much a very high overview of Laravel. And in the next video, we're going to go ahead and create our project in Laravel. Hello, this is Christian. So this is video 2 or part 2 of the Laravel tutorial. Now we are going to create a Laravel project. I'm going to install the project inside a folder called Laravel. So make sure you go there and just create anywhere in your drive. And I'm going to go to my command terminal and run Visual Studio Code. Okay, so code space dot, hit enter, and that will load the Visual Studio Code. If you're using PHP Storm, you would take PHP Storm and then do the same thing. All right, so here we are. I'm going to go to the terminal and load my terminal here. As you can see, there's nothing here yet. Now, if you do not have Composer installed, if you type Composer and if you don't see anything, then you need to install Composer first. As you can see, I do have Composer already installed. So once you type Composer, hit enter, you can see all these information coming up in here. Okay, so these are just all the functions you can use with Composer. Again, Composer is a package manager for PHP frameworks. It's not only used for Laravel, of course, other frameworks as well. So synonymous to the NPM or the Yarn, for that matter. Okay, so you can see that I'm using version 2.3.8 as of today. And if you just want to see the version, you just type in -- version or the capital -V here will give you that as well. Okay, so that is the first thing you need to do. Now, the next thing is you're going to create a project and we use that the Composer to do that for us. So you're going to type in Composer and the command is create -project space followed by the Laravel /Laravel, and the name of the project is going to be whatever it is. So I'll use here hello, I'll put hello Laravel. That's the name of the project folder. Okay, so usually follow this convention. All lowercase is highly recommended, and hit enter. And it might take a while depending on the speed of your system because it's actually, installing and downloading files as you go. So it might take about half a minute or so, depends. And I'm going to just let it run here. I'll pause it and I'll come back when it's done. Maybe about, again, it shouldn't be that long. Okay, maybe like half a minute or about a minute or so. So let me pause it. Okay, here we go. We're done. So again, it's about a minute or a little bit less than that. As you can see, it installed about 72 packages, including any of the dependencies and so forth here. We're now ready to go. And now you have a folder called hello-Laravel. And now from here on, we need to navigate inside this folder here. If you expand this folder, you'll see a bunch of files here, okay? If you have been working with other frameworks in the past, like Eclipse, Express or Angular React, you should see something similar. As you will see that a lot more files than other frameworks maybe, besides the .NET. So I'm going to go into that directory. So cd space type hello, or just type he, tab, and enter. Okay, I'm now inside here. You can see all the files here. Now, once you're inside this project, you can access the artisan library, or the function right here, as you can see in this command here. This artisan here, if you type in like maybe artisan list, not that one, just PHP artisan, I guess. It would list a bunch of functions or commands that you can use. You can see to build clear your views here. Up here, you see some more important ones, the queues. We're not going to do that here. A lot of make functions here. Migrate. This is really useful for when you create databases. Maybe we'll do that in a future video. But up here, you have some of the things or components you can create using the make function. Okay, so you can make controller, create component here, create some events, some exceptions handling, some additional middleware. You migrate your database and so forth. You create your model. So a lot of things are pre-built into the framework. So it would do this very quickly for you, as opposed to having you write all these, manually yourself. Okay, so that is what this is for. And one of the key functions you can see here is called the serve function. So these are like a higher level commands that you can access directly through the artisan library here. So we're going to run the application by using the serve function here. And also the up and down, you see one down here, one up here. These are also very useful for putting your application into maintenance mode. So let's say you have a live site that's going on or something, and you don't want to, run your site, you put that into maintenance mode by issue this command down, and Laravel will display a message saying that it's currently in maintenance. So that other users don't access it until you're ready to go. Then you can issue the up command to bring it back up again. Okay, there are ways around it to get past this maintenance mode, so you can still work into, but we're not going to do that. Okay, so let's go ahead and run our code. As you can see, it's full-fledged application is running already, ready to go, and you just have to type the command php artisan and serve. Oops, I typed incorrectly. No, I'm going to get out of that. Sorry about that. Let's try again. There we go. Okay, so it's going to run on this port right here. I'm going to just copy this and run on the browser because it's going to launch my browser in a different location. I don't want that, so I'm going to launch in this guest account here. So here we go. If you see this, then congratulations, you have run or created a Laravel project. Now this is version 9, so the output will be different from the previous version. They have a little bit different in the layout here, but that's not so important. What's important is that this is actually functioning. Okay, so right now we are at the root directory. Again, I'm using 127. You can totally change this to just localhost if you prefer that way. Okay, it doesn't matter. Which is fine. So maybe we'll keep it that as okay. And this is the slash, okay, which is already included in the first route. If you try to go somewhere else, like, ABC, okay, you're going to see an error. It says not found because we have not created any routes yet. All right, so let's go back into the program and explore around Laravel. So I'm going to keep this running. Okay, so once you run it, you can keep this running as it is. You don't have to close it, so that you can always just go back to the browser and refresh it, and you can open a new tab over here. Okay, so you can do your code in here. So let me go back into that app again. So if I need to install some of the stuff, I can run separately here. All right, so let me collapse this down here, make it smaller, and close it completely. And let's look at what we have here. So this is the folder you have here. These are the actual folders created by default. I showed you in the previous video. You can see here, the app is really important. And inside the app, you have about 5 folders. 5 folders here are generated by default in here. And let me close this first. So in here as well, at the root level, you have some additional files in there as well. So you see one that here is a composer.json file. this is synonymous to the package.json file and the node environment. It's exactly the same idea. It's just a metadata file that lists some of the really important information about your project. So here you see the name of my project, what type it is, the description. These are provided by default already. If you want to change it, you can change it here, okay? The require here means that these are the dependencies that you need, you must have in order to run Laravel. As you can see, it recommends version 8, right? The required -dev, these are only used for during development. So because we are doing development, you can add more stuff in here if you want. But again, these are the default dependencies. As you add more and more packages, it will be added into this development. And if you do need them to, export out to the final project, then you will add them to the required part here for distribution. Okay, so just some stuff here. Autoload just means that you autoload your data and other libraries in here. And so a lot of stuff in here, okay? So I recommend do not make any changes here unless you know what you're doing. Otherwise, you will crash your program. The other one is a package JSON here, very similar, right? As opposed to the application and the composer itself. Another you see here is the Vite config.js. It's called Vite. I think it's French. It's a what do you call? It's like a Webpack type of program that actually is responsible for scaffolding your application. I believe it's a newer one, but it's quite fast. Okay, so Laravel uses Vite as well as Vue. So these are just things that over here. The environment.env file here is a list of some global environment key value pairs that you can change or override if you want to. These are also being used in the app folder in other places as well. If you want to access them or include them in your code, you can add them directly in here and then access them. So you see here the name of your application. The environment is now set to local. This is just some base keys, make your app unique. Debug is true and the URL is localhost, I can see here, okay? And database is set default to MySQL. If you use a different database system, you want to come here and modify these and change these here. So again, maybe we'll do that in a later system. Okay, so this is just the environment here. It's also being pulled from this environment.example as another one kind of looks similar. But I think it used the example here to generate this actual environment file. So if you want to change this to your code, change inside the environment, not the example here, right? Now, so when you look inside here, the folders that will be focusing most of the time on are the app folder, the public folder, resources, and routes. Until we do databases, we're not going to go in here. Config here is usually only, when you configure your file, we're not going to do here. The bootstrap here is not what you think bootstrap is. This is not the bootstrap library for CSS, okay? Bootstrap it just means it bootstrap your application or your files or your views and things like that to the browser. So that's what it means. So when you run the application for the first time, you go into, if you can see, if you go to the routes folder here, okay, you will see, again, 4 files. This could be different from the previous version or newer version, but version 9 has this. In the previous version, I think it was not called web. This is the web route or the API. I think the older version is called routes.php. So if you're coming from a Flask background or Django, this would be like the routes.py, right? Give you all the routes or the patterns to your website. So in our example here, by default, it gives you one route and using the GET protocol to receive a request. And as you can see, it has the / as a root directory, and it's going to launch a function. This is the callback function, or also known as a closure, and in this context here, that will return a view to the browser. The view function here returns a view name. This view here is a string of a Blade syntax or Blade view. Now, this welcome here is found inside the resources folder, and there is a views folder and there is welcome.blade.php. So notice when we include the view name, we do not include the full name, or not even the .blade.php, just the first name of that file, or I guess all the way to the .blade, okay? And Blade will know it. If you want to run the entire PHP file, you can type it here, but I think that's defeats the purpose. So the view name, and then after that here, if you want to pass some data, you can pass in a parameter using the array key value pair. Okay, we'll do that a little bit later. Other ways to do it too. That's just one way. Okay, so it will load that view, and if you go to the view welcome Blade, if you open the file, you're going to see that it looks like this. Okay, so if I collapse all of these, you're going to see it's just a regular HTML, right? From top to bottom, it's a complete HTML5 version. Here, you see some Blade syntax here, the color braces here. This is Blade syntax, also known as mustache tags, right? And what happens inside the braces here is actually an expression. Expression is anything you type, a function that returns some data or some mathematical operations or a string or variable interpolation or anything like that. Okay. Here you see some just some CSS here, styles. It's just inline style, embedded style here, and then down here in the body of your document, you see again more Blade syntax. The @ symbol here is denote that it's a Blade syntax. It's an if function, if and else. You can see here, right? It will structure very similar to a regular PHP if and else. Okay. The only difference I should say is because it's replacing the @ symbol with the PHP syntax. So you see that here. Go down here. This is the logo. I think that's another one here, and the rest is just some other links you see here. Okay, so up here in the head section, which I don't see a lot thing here going on, but okay. So if you want to load styles or load images or things like that, now this is a view, which is, you can treat this like a front end as well. And it behaves really nicely in PHP and Laravel. You don't have to do any special things like you would probably do with Express, right? So if you want to link to a image, you would load your images from the public directory. Okay, so you see that over here, it is the public folder. Let me open that. And this public folder here has an index.php as well, and has a favicon and so forth. So if you want to add like your own CSS or your JavaScript on the front end, you must place it inside the public directory. If you want to link to a logo or a file or a CSS image, then whatever you type here will load, or it will look automatically inside the public directory. Okay, so for example, I'm just saying, if I have a folder called CSS, like that, right? Inside my CSS, I have my own main.css. Okay, if you want to link that to your Blade, right? You will go up here and you would do like link, and then href is, you just go directly to the CSS folder and then main.css, like that. Okay, so this is already in the directory of your public folder. So think of this like the public HTML of your server, right? That's what it means, how you access them. So you're not going to go out there to Laravel and back in here or something. Okay, just go to that. We'll take you right there. And maybe again, we'll revisit this later in the future. Now, inside the resources, you see there's another CSS and another JavaScript. So these are not the same as you put in the public. These are only available in the backend to use, right? So there's a distinction between the two. So that is the view you saw on the browser. Now, what happens when you run the application is that it will go into the app folder here. Okay, the app folder is really important. It will intercept inside the HTTP directory. There's an HTTP, there's a console. We're not going to do console here. We do the HTTP, we use everything in the browser. Okay, your HTTP protocol goes here. Inside here, you have controllers. You'll see here and then there's some models, and of course you have your views and this controller, right? So view is your view MVC, okay? So model view controllers, and that's how you separate your files. And so, so when the app runs, it goes in here to your app folder, it goes into your HTTP. Inside here, and the providers here, you have a routes provider here, goes in here, look for your route, right? Inside the web here, and it goes to the web page, right? It finds that, the process is actually pretty straightforward. I don't remember exactly how it goes, but it loads in here, and it will then launch the index inside your public file, this index here. Okay, it will go in here as well, and then load your files in here, bootstrap the application. It builds the fetch the view, and then returns the view, and then sends it to the browser, and it terminates the view. So it does this every time. When you load a new page, it's going to come in here, right, and look at the pattern, go through a route, find a pattern. Once it finds it, launch the view, whatever the view is, and then returns it, and then sends that view to the browser, and then it terminates that request. Okay, this is the whole cycle here. Okay, so that is, I mean, again, very high level. As you start coding, you get used to it a little bit better. But most of your time will be spent inside this web file, creating routes, inside the views folder, creating templates, and do other stuff in here as well, like API. We'll do that later. But yeah, I just want to give you an overview of what it looks like inside here. So we have the controllers in here. We'll do this later. The ring simple controller. We'll look at the route service file here. We're not going to touch this unless you want to create your own groups of routes. We have only two here, the API and the web. And our example will be focusing mainly on the web for now until later. Maybe we'll do the API. Okay, so that is pretty much it. And then in the next video, we're going to go ahead and create more routes and templates and render some data to the view. Hello, this is Christian. This is a video 3 of the Laravel project. And this video will look at just some of the key components of a Laravel project. So it's important to understand where things are, how all these components are connected together in a Laravel application, so you can navigate around very easily. Right. So first of all, I want to go back and make sure that my application is running. If it's not, make sure you do that first. So go back to my Hello Laravel project, PHP artisan, and then serve. Okay. And it should be running. So I can close this for now and go to my terminal, my browser, and refresh. It should be running port 8000. Okay. So here again, this is the index page. Okay. If I go and type in here / that's the root directory. If I type in index.php, you can see it's the same thing. All right. So where is this file exist? That's one of the questions you should ask yourself, right? How does it know to load this file? So let's take a look at what it looks like behind the scene. So back here, you can see again in the Laravel application, you have about 11 folders here. The way things work is that when you launch the browser, you go to that URL, that port number 8000, it's going to look inside the public folder here, right? So this is public facing, which is just a root directory of your public server, like you launch on a site on a server. I mean, right? To public facing or client facing, the rest are in the backend. So most of your time you will spend using not in the public, but at the backend. So anyway, the public facing here, you can see there's a file called index.php. And I mentioned earlier that if you want to add, images or any media content to your web page on the front end, you need to put inside the public directory here. So the CSS, which we created earlier, and any images and whatnot. All right. So that is what this index.php is. And just to make sure it does work, what if I go and rename it? If I rename it to, I don't know, index 2, right? So index 2 now has been changed. Now I go back to the browser and refresh the page. Well, guess what happens? It failed, right? And what if I go back and just go to the root directory? Same thing, it fails. It says cannot find this file here, doesn't exist, or because of this. And here is some clue, right? This directory, this is my project here. If you go to the vendor, Laravel frameworks, SRC, Illuminate, Foundation Resources, server.php, that is where you will find that information, okay? So let's see if you go there and see what happens. So back here in the vendor, under the, I think Laravel framework, SRC, Illuminate, it's already in there. So all these are under the Illuminate folder. Under the foundation, which is the foundation of the framework, going to the resources, and there is the server.php. And this is where the file lives. So as you can see, it requires this file called index.php. And that is that file we just mentioned earlier up here. That is this file. Let me open this. This is in the public folder called index here. So since I changed to index 2, if I change this to index 2 in here, normally you don't do this unless you really want to. So just be cautious. If I change to index 2, then it matches my file, which I called it here. To go back to the browser and refresh the server, and there it is, right? So now it's index 2 as opposed to index. If I type in index, it's not going to find it. As you can see, so 404. But if I call it index 2, then that is the file. Okay, so if you want to call it index 2, some people call it index and call it default, some home, whatever. It's up to you. But again, I would not mess with this. I just tell you where things are, okay? So this is where it uses to bootstrap the application to that front end. So usually you don't go in here and change things, okay? So let's go back and rename it back to index 2. I mean, just index. Okay, so it goes in here, loads the autoload here for some the vendor files, and then it bootstraps the application, and then it sends the request to the front end, and then it terminates this process, right? So that is important. Now in here I have a CSS folder I created earlier. I also imported some CSS in here already. I'm going to use that for the next video. We're going to add some HTML. So make sure you put that there. I will also share this with you if you need it. And again, this is the front end. How do I know that? Well, you can test it. Go in here and create a file called about.html. Very simple. And do the emit here. Create a really simple application here. We'll just call it, let me make it big. About. All right, so here we go. Save this file. Go back to the browser and type in here about.html. And boom, there it is, right? So this is the front end, and the other is the back end. So you can see why that Laravel is a full-fledged, full-stack framework, right? You can build all your front end here, and at the same time, do all your back end here at the same directory here, same project really. So really useful, really powerful for doing this stuff, which is also a really good, I guess, source or partnership with Vue, where you can add your Vue code, or that's the Vue, it could be Angular 8, it doesn't matter, right? React, doesn't matter. On the front end, interact with the back end. Okay, so very, very powerful. I'll leave this here for now. I want to show something really quick. Okay, so that's the front end. So the back end are, let me close this. Most of the times you will spend your time inside the routes folder. It's called the web.php. That's where you create all your routes. We saw this earlier. Now in the previous version, I think it's called routes.php maybe, but it doesn't matter. You can change it if you want to. Laravel is made to be flexible. That means if you don't like the way it's structured, you can actually change it if you know how to do that, right? So where is this file being called from? How do we know where this one is? If you go to the app folder up here, under the HTTP protocol, no, not under here. Yeah, under HTTP protocol, because using everything is HTTP. And no, not here. I'm just something different later. And the providers, I'm sorry, the providers here, there is a route service provider.php. Inside here, you will see that there are two groups of routes, or we call this part of the middleware, right? There is one called the API and one is for the web. Okay, we'll talk about this later, about this prefix, things like that, and so forth. But look at the web here. This is what the file is, route/web.php. This file is this file right here. Okay, how do we know that? Again, how do you know it's working? You can change it for either here or here. So if I go to the web down here and change it to, say, I don't know, WebX, right? Change that, go to your site and refresh. This is okay because in the front end, the back end, you see that it's not going to work. So there's an error saying, hey, I can't find this web.php, where to go, right? Okay, so then that is where it's hooked up with that one. So if you don't like to be called, web, you can call it routes. If you from other application, they usually call it routes because it's more common to be that way. I'm not sure why they changed it to web. I think I like it routes better. So if you like your routes, change that here and also change that to routes. So go here and again, routes.php matches the routes here, and the name could be just called web, doesn't matter. Okay, now if we go back to the browser and refresh the page, and everything just come right back because this index is no longer called index 2, it's just called index. So boom, there it is. Okay, so we got that, right? Taken care of. So I'm gonna go back and just revert it back to just the web. Okay, not to confuse you too much. Okay, so that's what it's being created and called from. All right, so again, your routes will be in here. You don't have to create all your routes here as you build your applications, go really, really huge. And you can have a lot of APIs in here. So when that happens, you need to break them out into separate files and import them back and export, all those stuff. Maybe that's the future. Okay. So that's that. Now, the other one is, I mentioned earlier, is the HTTP. And inside here, you have one folder called controllers. This is where we, manage and create our own controller. So you have like a controller for home controller, user controller, you have product controller, admin controller, whatever. What is a controller? Well, it contains some mainly functions that, process some logic for your application. So instead of doing everything, in the web API here, you can manage that by moving all different features, if you will, to a different controller instead of, filling this out with all the get, put, post, and on the same page here. So we'll do that later. We'll put a class in here. We create your own controller, not inside this file, but you have your own separate file. We call it, home.php or something like that. We'll do that later. Okay. So your controller will be inside this controllers folder. Again, you don't have to put it here. You can put it somewhere else if you want to. But again, why do you want to break that if it's already been built for you? Okay. So just keep it as is. All right. So that's the controller. We're not going to do any of the middleware as far as I am concerned, maybe not yet anyway. And then the models folder. Okay, this is where your models live. So again, the model, the view we looked at already, view and controller. So the models, by default, you have one file called user.php. And this is a file. It's just so common that Laravel creates for you. And you can use this to create a database of users so that you can authenticate them to log onto your site. So you can hide, content, right, based on a user login stuff. So this is a sample one here. Later on, when we work with databases, you can come here and create your own database code here. So in this approach is usually referred to as the code approach or code first approach, as opposed to the data first approach when you create this type of framework. It's also very common in other languages as well, other frameworks like .NET, for example. You have the entity framework in .NET where you can create your databases using just code, right? And if you create your code, a class, you can name all your fields because, again, a class is mapped directly to a table, right? So the data fields are actually the fields inside a class as well. And so when you create your class of tables of data in here, you can then run the migration process to generate your database for you automatically without having you to do anything in the database system. Okay, and this is the way to go if you are working on a team where you have multiple developers and they want to share the same database on their end. So otherwise, you have to go and manually create your database, look at the code and, okay, I need this many hundred fields. That's a lot of work. So using this code first approach, it's just very fast to do that for you. I can quickly generate a database within seconds, right? So that is the preferred way to go. And we'll be using this as well for this model. Again, we'll talk about models. Usually it refers to database or data systems, right? But it doesn't have to be. It just be any data, right? Data source. It could be a string file, it could be JSON text file, it could be just a variable you store inside the data and pass it around, right? That's what the data is. Okay, so we'll be creating some data in here as well. The let's see, I think that's pretty much it I want to talk about. And then finally, before I end this video, is inside the views. Okay, so notice here in the resources folder, you have a CSS and there's a JS folder. Okay, we're not going to use this in here. If you want to access CSS and add it to your site, make sure again, you put inside the public directory here. Okay, so in here, most of the time you'll be spending inside the views folder here, and you'll be creating a lot of views. We call these templates. Okay, so here is the welcome Blade file. This is a full-fledged HTML file or PHP file, but has a lot of HTML code. Blade syntax, we looked at this already. And as you can see, CSS fonts can be linked here. I put a kind of, collapse this, you can see more. And then down here, we have the body of your HTML page. Some, syntax here, again, Blade syntax. There is also a conflict, especially if you are integrating both Blade syntax and backend, front-end syntax, like, for example, some other front-end also use the @ symbol. If that's the case, then you have to figure this out. And there's a way to do that. I'm going a little bit myself here, but I just want to show you that one. Okay, so this is the welcome page. That's what you saw in the browser. And all your syntax, all your Blades file should be inside this views folder. Okay, again, does it have to be views? No, you can change it. It just, again, it's in the views folder. What if so how do you know where things is? One way to do that is, again, like I showed you earlier, you renamed it to something else, and then look at the error message. It will tell you, hey, it doesn't know what it is. Okay, and so that's how you figure things out. But again, so this is basically how Laravel works. Okay, it loads the index page. Every time you load the page, it goes to the public facing, load the index page, and it goes from there. Okay, if you don't have this file, if you change it, it's going to crash your site because this is the main site that loads that is hooked up to Laravel. Okay, and then again, some routes, we'll create routes later. And think that's it. Yeah, so I hope this one kind of gives you an idea of where things are, how they're connected in Laravel. And the next video, we're going to look at the view and create some view templates. Hello, this is Christian. In this episode, we're going to look at views in a Laravel project. So views are stored inside the resources folder under the views directory here. So there's one by default. I'm going to create a view in here, call it index.blade.php. Okay, so this is a Blade template. I also want to create another one in a minute, but let's go ahead and populate this first. So here is the index page. The title, I'll just call it home page, and we'll give it a something here for now. Page 1 home. Okay, so this is the Blade templates here. I'm going to create another one here. I'll call it about.php. This is a template as well. And I'm going to show you the difference between the two. Okay, so this is about me. And put here again, page 1 about me. Okay, so this is a PHP file. You can also use just plain HTML. I'll show you another one. So we call this one here contact.html. Okay, not that useful, I guess, but you can certainly, absolutely. This is contact me, and we'll put one here, contact me. Okay, so 3 different templates here. Of course, this HTML, you cannot put any PHP or other code in here. Well, I guess you could try, but I don't think so. Now, let's go back to the routes page. It's almost impossible to create templates without routes, So I want to try not to go too much into routes, but it's going to run in here using just these thing here. So I'm going to create 3 routes in here, and we'll learn routes later in the next video. And they'll follow this very similar rules here. I'm going to go ahead and delete all these comments. I don't need this anymore. Okay, so give us some more space. So I'm going to copy this and put down here 3 of them. And this is going to go to the route of the home page. Well, you know what? This is the home already. So I'm going to change it to welcome. I'm not going to use that anymore. I'll use the index for that one. Okay, so notice again, the view function takes the name of the view as the first argument here. Okay, the name of the view is called index. I do not include that .blade in here. If you put index.blade, it's going to have a really different result. And we'll talk about that later when we'll talk about nested templates. Okay, so at the root level, it's called the index. This one here is going to go to the about page. So this is the URL pattern, and then a callback function to load the about view. Again, this is the same thing here about PHP, even though I did use Blade. And we'll try the contact here, see if this one loads. So this is the contact. I have an extra one. I'm going to delete this one here for now. Okay, so let's save this and make sure again your application is running. If it's not, make sure you run it. And so let's go to the site, and as you can see, this is the home page, right? Looks good. Make it big. You can see. Go to the about page, and here is the about me, and go to contact. Okay, so you can see I can load 3 different types of templates: just plain HTML, a regular PHP file, and a Blade template. So what's the difference? Okay, why and when should you use it? Well, my recommendation is not to use HTML at all. Okay, totally not cool. The about page here is okay if you use this. You are kind of like getting away from the Blade templates because you are not using Blade syntax. What I mean is in here, you're not allowed to put Blade syntax in here. So let's say I put here a Blade syntax that's like this, 1 + 1 or 2 + 2. I'm expecting to get a 4 here. All right, so I'm going to save this. I'll copy this same thing and put inside the index Blade down here, so you can see the difference. You can see the syntax here is different. I'll show you in a bit how to get the syntax here. So go back to the web page again, and we're not going to do with the contact here. Go to the about page, refresh it. You will see that because this is not a Blade template, the Blade syntax is not rendered, it's not parsed, and you can see the actual code in here. So really not safe, because if you have some sensitive code, you can actually reveal your code to the public, which is not cool. And then the index page, as you can see, you can get the result of that, right? That's what you want, because it's now rendered by Blade. You don't see that is only the interpolated result. So the Blade view can, this Blade here, you can include both PHP and Blade syntax. This is Blade. I can do one here. I can do here, it says equal to, I don't know, it's just something, okay? I'll do the same thing. Equal to the PHP syntax, 2 + 2. Same thing, right? This is the short syntax. So it can take both PHP and Blade syntax. So let's go back to the browser and refresh our page, and you should get a 4 = 4. Okay, so that's pretty cool. Now, my recommendation again is not to include a lot of PHP code in here, because again, that's defeating the purpose of the Blade syntax, the Blade template system. So try not to use them at all if you can, right? Anything that is in PHP code, you should, pass it to the template as opposed to put all your code here. You want to, prevent that from happening, because you don't want to put too much code in here. And if you do that, you go back to just the regular PHP coding. Okay, so with that said, I'm going to modify this index page, some of these here, and I have some of these actual information on the sides. I'm just going to copy and paste it in here because I like to have certain things here. So in my index page, I'm going to have a ID of, I call it title, and I'm going to have a variable called title in here. So I'll call it title, and that can go in here. So it could just be like homepage or something. Okay, and below that, I'm going to have a maybe I put here. What should I put? I want to make sure it looks kind of nice. I'm going to use the CSS as well. So let's put here the div container div here, and a container is what I call it, because I have a CSS here. I will share this with you as well. Not here, the public folder. Okay, I'll use the main container. Okay, so the main container class is for that one. So I'm going to put here main container, and that is going to be, this is a class, I think, right? Yeah, that, so it's a class. Okay, and under this one here, we have a div. So this is my entire container. Okay, on the top of that, I have my H1, and then actually, no, let's move this to the top. Let's go up here. I have a header here. You know, I don't like this because it doesn't give me the completion here. I have to type like that. So the header, inside the header, I'm going to have a logo, okay, image. As I'll see here, logo will go to somewhere else. So put here alt logo something. I'll fill that later. And right below that is where my image one is. Okay. Yeah, I put here not ID, but I'll put here the model. Okay, I call the model the title here, and then underneath that, I'm going to have a div container of my stuff. Up here also my navigation. I'll put here the nav. Again, I really don't like this nav, and then I use the UL, LI, and then for each of these LI, I'm going to have navigation links. Okay, so I'm going to pause this, and I'll just come back in really quickly to fill you up. Okay, so I'm sorry for cheating, but I'll provide this code if you need it. So I fill up here. I added the style sheet as well. It's coming from the public folder, CSS main.css. As you can see here, I put the asset function as opposed to just directly link to that. You can also use a URL function as well. Either one will be fine, or you can remove it completely and just, you know, slash CSS and main CSS. That's fine too. Now, I guess the advantage of using asset here is that maybe later on in the future, they might change some way how you can actually, load this content. So you use the function as opposed to just the regular CSS link, but it doesn't matter. So that one there, I added a logo here. Just basically grab this logo from the Laravel website, just a regular plain logo with that image logo. And then also have a model here about Black Ninja, unlike Ninja. So I'll put that here. And then my navigation will have 4 links to the home page, about page, contact page, and portfolio page. Okay. And I also put a hello, a greeting message that goes to the guest, welcome to the guest. Down in the main body of the content, I have a div container I created earlier. I have a main section. And the bottom, I have a footer. So I put here just the footer, some information here. As you can see, this one here is not going to work. Actually, yeah, I don't have that one there. I should probably load that from this as well. I think it's called, let me copy this. I think it should match that. And let me just go like that. We'll see if it works, okay? It should be the logo min type, the word Laravel. So the footer here, I put a JavaScript in here, print the current year, and then the name will be a name variable. We can pass to this, like my name, for example, and then something like that. Okay, so now up here, so this is what the page look like. The content, I just put some information about, Black Ninja. I pulled that directly from the wiki page. And put a title here. Again, it's a variable. You're going to pass this to template here as well. And so I want to save this and run in the browser and see what this page looks like. So let's go to the browser and refresh the home page. And hopefully it comes in nice and clean. Okay, well, it has some variable thing. Okay, this is undefined. So if that's the case, then it's not gonna work. Okay, so let's fix those first. It's too big. Let's go back to 100%. Okay, so let's fix the title first, but without that, it's not going to work. So let's go back here. I need the title and the name down here as well. Okay, the name will be just like my name. You know, you can pass it here. You know what? I'm just going to call it my name. I'm not going to use a variable here. Just put it here like that. Okay. And the title here will be yeah, whatever this title is, we'll give it a name. Okay, so let's go back to the browser. I mean, to the where's about the routes? Okay, this is the index one right here, right? So I'm passing some data to the index page, and index is going to receive this data. So I'm using an array here. It's an associated array, the key value pair. So I have a title field that is going to be mapped to a variable, the string of, I don't know, welcome to my home page, just something like that. So the title will go there. About will be the same thing. You give it a title as well later on. For now, I want to make sure that's fixed first. And let me close this and let's go try again. See what happens. All right, so there you go. Looks good. Woo. All right. Okay, so here is the logo I mentioned about, come from Laravel site, and just the word Laravel here is the logo as well. And so this is the home page. And that what it looks like. Okay, I'm going to go to the about. As you can see, we had it earlier, and the contact page, as you can see, it's already working. Okay, because we already put that in the code. I don't have the portfolio yet, but I'm going to add that. Okay, so far so good. Now let's go back and finish up the other pages. So the about page, I'm going to change this to the template. Okay, and I don't like this one here. I'll just show you what it looks like, but I'm going to change it back to Blade. PHP, and the same thing with the contact here as well. I'm going to change it to contact.blade PHP. And we'll do one more for the portfolio. I'm just going to save it, put here portfolio.blade.php. Okay, so let's look at the about page first. So I'm going to change this again. I have some content I want to add to that one there. Well, actually, you know, before I do this, okay. So usually you want everything to look the same, right? You want to have the logo, the navigation, everything on all those pages. And the traditional way is, of course, to copy this as a regular HTML. But Laravel, you know, you don't have to do this. You want to split this up just like a PHP file. You include the header and the navigation, the footer, the main content in their own separate files, and then you merge them together, right? So in Laravel, you can do that using what's called a master page, you know, or a root page or root template. The same thing like in Express or the .NET or whatever, okay? And then using that method, then I can move all of these, you know, to a section. I can move the logo or navigation to a section or a partial, we call it a partial view. I can do the main content in its own template. So this would be the index page has the main content, and I move the navigation, I mean the footer, to its own area as well. Okay, so I'm going to do that, and you do that by creating subdirectories to hold your views. If you are from Express background, this will look very familiar when you use the handlebars template, right? There's a layout, and then there's a partial view, and so forth. So I'm going to create two folders in the views folder, okay? One is called layouts, and have another one, make sure it's in the views folder, call it partials. So for one for partial views, one for layouts, which is the root template. So inside here, I'm going to create a file called master.blade.php. And this will be my master layout. And I put some stuff inside this page. So what do I need? Well, if you look at this index page, what should go in there? That will be repeating across all your views. So I'm thinking about, here's how I'm doing. I'm gonna copy everything here, okay? Copy everything here, put it in the master blade file. Now, what things I don't need to be in here? So let me collapse this section and this footer area and so on. So what you can do is with this master page, you want to retain what's same, what's not. So the header should be the same. The only thing that should be different is the main content here. Okay, so what you can do is that you can then move all these out. Okay, move all these out, and in its place, you're going to include them in to this area. And you do that by using a directive called yield. The yield function, and then you can pass in here an ID. ID really just a unique keyword. So I'm going to inject all the content, or the unique, or I guess different content to this area. So that means in the index page, I'm going to inject the content I just deleted back in here. Okay, and then this is the footer. So I can do the same thing. I can move this out to another view, and I'll call it, you know, I include a backend. Okay, so this is to be unique. The title page also should be unique. So here I would do another yield right in here. So yield. This function takes 2 parameters. The first is the name of that variable. So we call it title. And the second parameter is the default value. So I call it home page. I can just do that, that's fine. The default is home page. And if I don't include anything to this variable, then it's going to be called home page. If I change it like about or portfolio or contact, then the title will be changed to that particular value. Okay, so the yield here means I can inject data dynamically to this area, and same thing here as well. Okay, so now the header and the footer area, you can leave it as is, it's okay, but I want to use partials. All right, so inside the partials folder, right in here, we're going to create 2 blades files. This is the nav.blade.php for my navigation. And I'm going to create another one here for the footer.blade.php. Okay, so back into the master blade here, I'm going to copy, or actually move the footer area. All this footer content can exit out, cut it, and paste it into the blade file in here for the footer. Okay, so this is now done. And then in its place, I'm not going to go yield. Okay, yield is only used when you navigate to that particular view. What I want to do is like the include, like the regular include in PHP. So I'm going to use the directive called include, which is very similar to PHP. Inside here is the name of that content or partial view. It's called footer. So again, you want to make sure you navigate to the right place. If you just put footer here, I'm looking at the root directory of the views folder. So I'm not going to find the attended called footer. Where is it at? It's inside the partials folder. So therefore, you have to say, I have to write partials. And Blade syntax used the dot to separate a directory. Okay, which is kind of odd because, you know, from PHP standpoint, you're also used to the arrow here, right? When you call objects or sub objects data fields, but they do use the dot notation here to signify that it's a directory called partials, and then inside the partials folder there is a footer template. Okay, so that's why I mentioned earlier that if you put like welcome.blade, you're going to get something really different because you're referring to a subdirectory. Okay, so the same thing with the header area. So this is the entire footer header. So when I move all these out, cut it, put inside the navigation up here, and just save this file. Yeah, I can close actually. And then back in here again, I will use the include. Same thing, partials.nav. Okay, if you want to pass any data to this, you can. in my navigation, I don't think I have any data here. Yeah, if I have any data, I want to pass this to this template. I can do so in here as well. Maybe we'll do that later. Okay. So I'm thinking, I don't know, should my navigation go above or before the main container? Maybe I should put it inside here. Okay, so to be consistent, let's move it down right in here, so they're all nice and clean. Okay, so my navigation and my content and the footer. Now my master page, as you can see, is very clean, right? So this content here and this ID here, title here, are two key values. So that when I inject data, it needs to find that particular area. So this is the template. Save that. Now in the index page, and here's how I'm going to do. So all of these are already taken, right? From here all the way to the container here. The only thing that's unique is really just what's inside the main tag inside here. So let me, yeah, it's inside here. Okay, so this is unique for every template. So what you can do is you can do what's called a template inheritance. So that I'm going to use the extends, like you know, like a class. When it extends the main layout called the master's layout, it's inside the layouts folder. It's called master, right? Okay, that means use the master layout and then inject this content in the main area. Okay, where does it go? It's going to go into a section. So you put this section here. The section is called content. And I close down here the section. So I think you just call it the end of the section. Okay, so that's what it means. Inject these content inside this section here and use the layouts called master. And this should go inside a ID called content. In this case, that's what we call it. We call it content. Okay. And if you call it something else, then you want to make sure that matches that as well. So let me save this file, and in the routes, it would still be just called index. Okay, so I'm not calling the main, or which is the master. I'm calling the actual template, which in this case, like it's almost like a partial view in a sense, the index template. And if everything works correctly, the page should still sticks. Okay, as you can see, it worked just fine. Okay, so you can see how that works. We're going to go and do the same thing for the other pages as well, and that should be fairly simple. Okay, so same thing. I'm going to copy this. This is good. I'm going to close this now. I'm going to go to my Blade here and copy everything here over. So just copy everything here over, copy the whole thing, put into the about page, and do like that. And so the title, I'm going to change that, but I'm going to change the content here in a minute. Let's see, about, again, this is just something I added over. So inside the section here, I'm going to delete the whole section and replace it with just a regular paragraph about me, for example. Okay, so you put that here. Notice the H1 and title should be the same. I'm going to copy the same thing and put into the contact Blade, and then the same thing for the portfolio. Okay, so the contact page, again, I'll use a form just to show that it more of like a contact page. But we'll see how this form may not work yet. Doesn't do anything here. The portfolio, I'll leave it as is for now, and I'm going to change it a little bit later. I'll just call the title of my project. Inside here, I'll leave this out, and we'll do that in later. Okay, so for now, I want to make sure it works. So let's go back to the browser and review the pages about. So here we go. Oh, the title, I didn't include it yet. Yep, gotta fix that first. If that doesn't provide it, it's not provided, it's not gonna work. So here, I need to do the same thing. So let me copy this and put it inside each of these routes. Here, here I also need the portfolio. Some reason I don't have that one there. So put here portfolio, and the portfolio template. Yeah. So here I would just call it
my projects. Could be another exclamation mark. This will be just contact me and about me. Okay, so I think those are the fields that I needed. Save that again. Go back to the browser and refresh. So here's the About Me page. The contact page is a form. And nothing works here, as you can see. And then there's portfolio. We're going to add some data to as when we do the data model. All right, so that is how you use Vue. So one last thing before we go. Now notice that when I navigate to these different tabs, the title reflects here, but it does not reflect in the tab, right? It still says homepage. I want this to also say about me, contact me, portfolio, and so on. Okay, so that's one thing that we need to also include in the template. So if you go back to the code again, right inside the blade, each of these blade, not the navigation here, the blade here. So notice again, the master file, we have a yield title here because we did not include that particular data. So it's going to be called homepage every time. So what you want to do is, and the index page is already called home, so that's okay. We can ignore that. But in the about page, right up here, you're going to include a section called title, right? And then what's the title going to be? Well, it's going to be the title that we pass to that particular page, which is this title here, which is coming from where? From here. So when I pass the title to the contact page or about page and so forth, I use it inside my template here, but I also want to pass this along to the master page. So I'm going to copy this and watching not the entire curly braces. You can't put it here, just the title variable. And you pass that as the second argument to replace the title of that page. So then I'm going to copy this and put it in every other template. So save that here, go to the contact page, put it here, and the portfolio index. Why not? We can do that too. Index right here. Okay. But if you do that, the index page, I have it, the title, which is welcome. Maybe not the index. Let's call it home. Okay. So that's fine. Okay, so save that and review your page for this last time. So home should say home page. About is now you can see about me, contact, and portfolio of my projects in this case. Okay, so I hope this helped clarify how you can use a master page and a partial views to render your data. So again, notice that the partial views are rendered every time. The others are only when you navigate to that particular route. Okay, so thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hello, this is Christian. This is video 5 of the Laravel project tutorial. In this video, we're going to look at how to create routes in Laravel. And these are the 5 major topics we'll cover in this video. We'll take a look at the basic routing, mainly the CRUD operations. We will not be creating or performing any operations in here. I'm just going to show you how to use them, or how to create them basically. And we'll look at the view routes, how to use the view function to generate a route, basically for a GET request. And I will show you how to also redirect a route to a different URL. And most importantly, when you develop forms or pass parameters to a route or URL, how do you do that? How do you retrieve those data? And finally, we'll look at how to create route prefixes and how to use them in your program. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. Now in the IDE here, I do want to make a change. I did notice that in my previous video in the views, especially the contact view, I did not include the title. I accidentally deleted that. So I put that back there and make sure you fix that. I also added a class called contact to make it so that the buttons are in center. Okay. In addition to that, I added some images inside the CSS, the public folder here. These are provided for you as well. If you want to access these layouts, they are available in the repository. If I go over here now, under this Git repository, all the layouts and the views are in here for your use. Okay, so let's go and run our application first. So back in here, go to the terminal. Make sure you go to the Hello project, and then I'm going to do a PHP artisan serve. Now I'm going to go over something a little bit here, just in case if you run into some issues like with port conflict, things like that. Notice that the default port number is indeed 8000. If you want to change that port, you can. And I'll show you how to do that just in case. But anyway, so here's the program it's running right now. And I did change the contact form to have the word contact me here and also center my buttons right here, right? So that's what the difference here. Now, so back here, so in the port number, I'm using port 8000. If you want to change it, okay, the quick way to do that is if I cancel it out, run my command here, you can add a flag here, say -- port, and set it equal to a port number of your choice. Okay, so when you run this application, it only runs that instance. Okay, if you run it again, you have to create a new port or something. But that's another way. So let's say I want to change it to 9000 instead. So when I do that, as you can see, it overrides the default 8000, and it's now 9000. If I go back, if I try to refresh with it, port 8000 is not going to work anymore until I change it to the 9000. Okay, so that is one way to do that. Another way you can do is, it's more of a, I guess, semi-permanent. Let me close this again. Is go and change the actual port number. I mean, I don't recommend it unless you really want to do that, but you probably don't want to do that. You can. If you go to the vendor, again, vendor and the framework, okay, the Laravel framework, in here under the SRC and the foundations, and under the I think console, and there is a file called a server command or serve command, right? This serve command, this file, if you scroll down, you see that in line number 184 here, it has the port number set to 8000, and this is what the port number is, okay? And it's like really convoluted, it's hidden very deep inside it here, the framework, but this is what you would change to a different number if you want to do that. Notice it reads the port number from the command terminal. When you do a serve, right, I pass the port 9000 because it looks at the port number. If I don't include it, then it's going to use the 8000. Otherwise, you use the port number. Okay, so let's say I put here 10,000. Okay, so that's the default port, and go back to the terminal and run without the port flag. You should see that it would use 10,000 as opposed to 8,000. Okay, so that's what you would change in here. Again, don't do it unless you really have to. So I'm going to revert it back to its our default, which is 8,000, and close that, and then rerun my command again down here. Okay, so we are now good to go, and I can close this, but I'm going to go and create another one here just in case if I use it later. Right, so I'll close this both. Terminal, make sure my site is running back to port 8000, and we are now good to go. Okay, so the first thing is we want to create routes. Now, let me collapse everything and reopen the whole thing here again. Your routes exist inside the routes folder under the web PHP file. Okay, so these are the routes that we created earlier in the previous video. Now, these are all the get routes only, meaning that you only retrieve a get request, right? So if you know the CRUD operations, that's what these are for. And so this is pretty straightforward. Now the route uses a get function for the get request. There is a post and a get, post, delete, put, okay, all those CRUD operations in here. So if you want to use it, you just change it to the post would be used for if you're using a form and you post data to your database. then you will use the post function. Okay. The other would be delete. If you want to delete the data, then you need to send a delete function, and calling through like an API or some sort, and you match the data here based on the request type. And the others are like put for updating event your data. So just for that, and so forth, like the patch and the options as well. Okay, so we'll do those later when we do the CRUD operations, but basically that's how you do it. So route that get, route that colon put, and so forth. Now I'm going to put back to get. So for this video, we'll just focus on the get because it's easier for us to understand. So you notice that it takes at least two parameters. The first is indeed the name of the URL or the pattern in string format. The slash is always the root directory. This is a about page, if you will, or a slash about directory, contact, portfolio, and so forth. Okay, so the second parameter is a callback function or a closure that usually it should return something to the view. Okay, so the return function here, return here returns a view to the browser, and the view function here takes at least two parameters. The first one here is actually there are more parameters, but the one that is usually more relevant is the index or the view here, the name of the view. This is the name of your Blade view. I would just say Blade because we want to use Blade syntax. So that's the view is instead of resources, views, and these are your templates. Okay, again, the name of the view only, do not include the extension, the .blade.php or anything like that. If you do pass data to this view, then the second parameter is where you do that. Okay, usually you use an array like this, a key value pair or associative array. If you pass more than one data, right? If you just do one piece of data, then you can also do something like this instead of saying, that you can use the with function, and you can pass that too. But I would stick with this array. Okay, what I meant was like you could do this. So I can do about, and then here arrow, and then we'll put here. Let's see if this works. With, and then the with functions you can see it takes the parameter here, followed by the value. And we'll see if this works. Okay, so this is only for like, one parameter or some sort. I mean, this way or that way, it doesn't matter. And if I say that, let me just do something here about me with exclamation mark, just to make sure that it does work. Okay, so go back to the browser and go to the about me, and you see that it does work. All right, so you can use the with function, or again, my recommendation is just to use the array here. Okay. All right. So now one thing you want to do also is if you want to see all your routes, whether they are, created in this web file, because later on when you create a lot of routes, you tend to break them out, put into separate files and all over the place, right? And so how do you track all these routes? Now in the command terminal, if you go back in here using the other PowerShell command here, you can actually see a list of all your routes by typing the word PHP artisan and route : list. Okay, this will tell you here all the routes that this application is using. So you can see that there are some routes that are generated by the framework or some third party. Like it tells you what type of route it is. As you can see, both of these, this is a get, this is a post, get, post, and you can see these are the ones that I create, right? Except, the last one here. So if you want to see what type it is, so for example, let's just say that I'm going to change the about to a post, and I'll change the contact to delete, just so you can see. I'm not going to do it in the operations here. Save the file, go back in here and run the command again. And now you see that the about has been changed to a post, right? And then the delete, the contact has been changed to a delete. Okay, if you do want to see just the one that you create, just your own, then you can also do that by following the same command, except over here, you want to list a flag to say dash dash accept and then dash vendor. That will remove all the other routes that not created by you. Okay, so now you can see these are all the routes that you create, your own custom routes. And there should be about, 5 of them, including, this get, this, so there are 5. Yeah. All right, so that's kind of useful. I want to go back and change back to about. Right, so now let's see how another way you can generate routes, views. So notice that when this is the typical way how to generate a route, a view, okay? Using the return function and the callback function, return that to the thing, to the view. You do this way because it's a function, and maybe inside the function, you want to perform some operations, right? So this is not a big of a deal. Maybe like in your portfolio, when you do a get a certain user ID or something to search your database, return some data back. So you do some operations in here, okay? And then you would then include that in your view and so forth. If you don't do any operations, any special operations in here at all, then you can actually just render this view to the browser using a different method, using what's called the view function here. Okay, so let me go back and maybe we'll change this about here for now. Okay, so let's rewrite that one using a different method here. So this is called the view routes. So : view function as opposed to the get. Okay, so the view here is usually always the get. It's a default to the get. That means you're going to render some view to the browser only. So it's going to take the URL of about. And then over here, you just have to basically give the name of the view, which is in this case will be about. Okay. If you pass any data, then that's the third parameter over here. Let me put a semicolon just to terminate that thing. And then the data will be the title here, right? So again, I'm going to let me copy this, put it in here. And the title is about me. Remove that exclamation mark again. And then let me turn this off. Okay, so you can see that it's shorter. Okay, I don't have to use the function. I don't use the return statement and things like that. It's just the URL, the name of your view, and any parameter you need to pass to that view. This again, this is optional. All right. So now if I save this and go back to the browser and go to the about page, you can see it still works just fine. Right. So that's a shortcut if you want to just render a view, okay, without doing any other operations. If you want to do operations, then you want to use the callback function. Okay, so that's it for that one. The next one is, let's do a redirect. Let's say that, when I navigate to the contact page, or I don't know, maybe the home page here. Okay, let's go to the home page, and then I would then redirect to the about page. Okay, so in here, you can call the redirect function as opposed to the view. So instead of saying return view, I would do a return and then redirect. So again, here very simple. As you can see, it takes a string. The string is the view, which is the URL we're going to pass to. In this case, it's going to be the about page. Okay. And basically, that's the minimum you will need. Now, because I have two return statements, this is not going to run. Okay, I will leave it here, but I'm just not going to run. It's the first one. It will redirect. So that means when I go to the home page, it's going to redirect this to the about page. So this is useful for redirecting to a different page. Let's say you have a new web page, a new content page of some sort, and the URL has been changed. And if people are still accessing your old URL, right, because they save that or favorite the URL, then you can redirect it to the new page, and that's how you do it. Okay, so let's save that and go back to the browser, And if I go to the home page, you will see that it should take me right back to the about page. So now I lost access to the home page, basically. Okay, so you can see, and it takes me right to the about page. So that's for redirecting. And you can do more than that, just redirecting. I'm just giving you a really simple one where you just put the URL into the redirect. You can also use a named route. Maybe we'll do that later, but that's enough for this one. Now, the next one I'm going to look at is, let me turn this off. I don't want to go back to that route, is parameters. Okay, so let's say that I'm going to maybe the portfolio here. I like to, yeah, just for testing purposes. Okay, so let's say I want to include a an ID or some sort. Okay, so maybe the ID of my project, right? Because if you look at and we'll do later when we do the model, you can actually search for a particular project. So the way that parameter works is that right at the slash here, you can put in a variable wrap inside a pair of curly braces like this, and then the name of the variable, whatever you want to call it. It's a valid variable name, like basically ID. Okay, so notice I do not put the $sign like this. Okay, so just the regular ID here. And then how you access this is you must pass this ID to the function here. Okay, so you pass it as a ID. The name has to match with the $sign in this case now. And the way I have here, because ID is required, okay, as is this URL is required. So they're both required. That means if I don't include the ID, or if I include data here, it's gonna fail. Okay. And let's say I want to pass this ID to the project as well. So you put here the ID that maps to the ID field. Okay, whatever I pass to is going to pass here. And then I'm going to update my portfolio Blade page template right here. And let's just put here a regular paragraph followed by the ID. So it's very simple. Save that. Now go back to the browser and refresh my portfolio. And you will see that now it fails because I did not include the ID. So again, the URL doesn't match anymore, so it fails. So in this case, I must include an ID. Okay, as you can see that ID 3 has been, oops, let's see, oh, I mistyped D in my code. So let's see, call it ID, where did I put that ID in here? Okay, so you can see that now it's required to include the ID, and it's printed here. Now, ID could be anything. It could be anything like that, ABC 1, 2, 3. Anything you put here will be accepted. All right. Now, what if you don't want to include ID, but you still want to get there, right? So by doing that, you can do something what's called an optional parameter. And you can easily do that by prepending the ID here with the question mark. Okay, the question mark here has been used sometimes as a safe operator, meaning that if it's not included, then it's optional. Now, the only caveat is that if you include an optional parameter, your ID must also be set to a default value. If you don't set default value, the ID here will accept, but it's going to fail in here if I'm not mistaken. So let's say I save this and go back to the browser and just refresh the page here. Okay, so you can see that it's not found because I did not have a default value of some sort. Okay, so let's go back and fix that by including in here. ID is set to a default value. You can pull it null if you want, or set to a default value of 1, 2, 3, what doesn't matter. Okay, so now since null is not, I'm gonna pass it. So let's just put here, I put 0, 0, 0, okay, or just 0, doesn't matter. Maybe 1000 as my default. So then if I go back and refresh the page, so okay, something's not right. I think I put in the wrong place. Yeah, it's probably the wrong place. It's after. Sorry about that. So after, and so here we go. So it's 1,000 here, right? And that's the optional parameter. So I don't have to include it. If I do include it, it's going to override my 1,000 and so forth. You can do a lot more. I'm not going to go into detail, but you can restrict so that your URL, this ID only accepts numbers, right? Or only characters or punctuation marks or the number of numbers you can have, right? Using regular expression. Again, refer to the documentation and look at regex, and they will help you to do all this stuff. Okay. Okay, so that is pretty much it for this one here. You can have multiple parameters. I just put one here. I could do another one, let's say ID and then slash, maybe, you know, I don't know, project P, and then here, let's just say that it's going to take another ID here called year, okay, like that, right? So I have 2 parameters, so therefore then I have to include 2 parameters here as well. Again, I'll put default to 2022. That's the default year, and I'll pass that as well, so we can see that it's actually working. And we'll put here. Okay, so I follow this pattern. Okay, so the portfolio /ID/P and then /year. P, I guess, project, I don't know. And then in my program here, I'm going to put another one here. Duplicate this, and this will be the year. Perfect. Okay, so let's go to the browser. And again, make sure I match the pattern. If I don't do that, it's going to fail, right? So it's that now. That one, followed by the P, followed by the year 2023, and boom, there it is. Okay, so you can have multiple parameters. You can do a lot more. I can make this as a random variable. I can only accept like certain categories like P, Q, T, whatever, right? You can do that as well. Very flexible in Laravel and also quite powerful as well. Okay, so that's that. Now the last one I'll look at is the prefix. Now, what does it mean, prefix? Okay, so, you know, for example, let's say all your routes here, maybe the contact and the home page is okay, but let's say these 3 routes here belong to admins or users, right? So I can prefix this with another URL called maybe, I don't know, call it users, okay? And then we'll put that here as well. Users here, users contact, user portfolio. So now my URL has been changed, okay? And because they have been changed, my navigation no longer works. But I just want to show you anyway. So we'll go over here. Homepage works fine. If I go to the about page, you will see I did not match the URL. It has to go to the user and then about, right? And then user contact. Okay, so you can see that I grouped this into a users group. So this is how you can generate unique URLs for any group you want, right? I did not create any directories in the code at all. I just basically name it what I want. So instead of doing this way, like in your code, I can group this together under this users group. Okay, so you don't have to do this like the whole time. And you can change it just one place and it can actually, change everywhere else, which is pretty cool. Okay, so how to do that is you can write a function, group these 3 together. So right out here, you're gonna nest these groups inside another route called prefix. You give it a name. In this case, it's called users. Okay, and this users then is gonna point to a group function, and this group function here takes a callback function. like that. And then inside this callback function is where all these routes will live. So you move all these into the group function here, tab it over, it looks nice. So you can see that now they are grouped inside this group. So I don't need to use the users here anymore. I'm gonna go back to just the about, contact, and portfolio. And because I'm using the prefix function, Laravel will prefix all these routes using the users here, just like I had before. Okay, so this way I can change it anytime I want. I want to change it to students or products or whatever it is. I'm just doing one place, and everywhere else is changed automatically. So very powerful, very cool feature. So save that, and let's go back to the browser and run it again, and it should still work, as you can see. Prefixes. Okay, something's wrong with my code. Define prefix. Let's try again. Probably did incorrect. Prefix group function. Looks good to me. I wonder why it's not letting me do it. Oh, I don't know. Looks okay to me though. Let's see. Oh, maybe I typed. Oh yeah, right here. I'm missing the double colons. Okay, so that should resolve it. Let's go back and try again. And then you will see that now it uses the user's prefix as opposed to just the about. If I click it again, so the about is not going to work. Okay, so that's another way to quickly create any prefixes. Now, I promise this is the last one. I forgot to mention is that I want to create a fallback route. A fallback route is a route where, like, if you go here, you have it not found, right? It's just gonna ugly, give this message to the user. So instead of doing this way, you can create a route that will capture or catch all the other routes not in here, right? So I'm gonna go back and turn off this route feature here. Now your fallback route must be at the very bottom of the page down here, okay? If you put on the top, it's gonna capture everything and all the other routes will not get it. So you will use a route called fallback, just the name fallback, which is kind of nice. And you don't put any parameters in here other than just a callback function. And this function here, basically, you return a view. Okay, so return a view. What's the view called? I'll call it 404 because it is a 404, and I'll create a blade for that, and we'll put here the title as well. And we'll call it not found. Kind of the same thing, but then we'll create a view to make it a little bit nicer. So I'm going to copy one of these, maybe the about one. Yeah, copy that one, control paste, and replace it with a 404.blade. Now, in the content here, I'm going to include a, the title will be the same, this is the same here. The message will be something like, sorry, I failed to find what you are looking for. Please try again. Okay. Again, I already included an image I'm going to use in here in the public folder, the crying emoji. So if you want to, add that in here, maybe right above here, I use a figure. I keep forgetting. So the image here, and it's coming from the images, crying emoji. Okay, so, and that would put a kind of, I guess, a nice emoji on the site. So let's save this and go back to the browser and see what we have. So again, refresh, and there it is. Well, this is okay. If we go to like in ABC, right? So you can see my emoji is not coming through. I probably mistyped this somewhere. But you can see that that's the message is coming in, and images. Yeah, it's right. I'm not sure why it's not loading up. but crying emoji. What's going on? Right, so it doesn't really like me today. Okay, PNG. Okay, PNG. Wait, let's see. Let's try again. And here we go. Okay, so I did not center. You can make a nicer look, make a center and so forth. So that's what the fallback is for. Just make sure you put at the very bottom of your page. Otherwise, it's going to capture that and it's not going to work for you. Okay, well, thanks for watching. In the next video, we'll look at the controller or the model. Thanks, and I'll see you in the next video. Hello, this is Christian. This is part 6 of the Laravel project tutorial. In this video, we're going to look at some of the Blade directives. I'm not going to be able to cover all of them, but I think these are the ones that you might run into quite a lot as you start coding. So the first row, you might already seen most of them. Maybe the one that you haven't seen is the PHP directive. We'll take a look at that. The if statements, switch, the for loops, a couple of them, and a loop variable, which is part of the for each loop and for else loop as well. And finally, we'll take a look at the Blade comments. Okay, so let's go back to our IDE and start coding. Now, first and foremost, I want you to install 2 very nice extensions if you don't have them already. So if you click on extension and just search for Laravel Blade formatter and a Laravel Blade snippets. The snippets here does really nice syntax highlighting, and then the formatter here allows you to format your code, okay? Which I find it sometimes really useful. So again, thanks, big props to these people who provide these free open source extensions. Pretty awesome. All right, so with that said, let's go ahead and go into our Laravel project. I want to go to the command terminal. Control J takes you there. Make sure you navigate to your project in here, and let's run the app. Artisan serve. Again, port number default is 8000. If you want to change it to a different port, just type the after the word serve, type the flag -- port equals, and then give it a port number, and you run a different port number. So that's that one there, and I'm gonna go and run my app. I put it in the corner here so we can see as we go, and there it is. All right, so we're good to go. And I'm gonna go back here and close my terminal here for now. Now, before I do anything else, I wanna go into the routes and make a copy of my web PHP here just in case. Okay, so Control C, Control V. I'm not gonna use this copy, I use it as a backup. But in here, I'm going to clean this up a little bit because I have a lot of, well, maybe in a bit. Okay, so first, let's go into the view called the layouts here. Okay, we've seen it before. You see where you can use the yield to allow another template to inject data into this state template. Okay, that's what it's used for. The yield is for injecting data into. Including is also injecting data, but you inject data instantly, right? Okay, automatically. As for as a yield, that means that you only load the content when you visit that view. Okay, so you've seen this before, and then so let's now go to I'm going to create a demo template for now so we can play with this. So I'm going to go to the views folder here, or click anywhere in here, and just type in here and type in a new Blade called demo.php. Okay, I'll leave it blank for now. At the same time, I'm going to go to the web page and create a new route. I will use this one, and I'll just turn this off. So control question to get that off, and I'm going to go to the demo and load the demo route, and title would be just demo. It's okay. Okay, so that's ready to go, and we're good. And then go to the browser and navigate to that demo page. Okay, so you should see a blank site here. As you can see, it's empty. All right, I'm going to close over here now and just focus on this Blade demo page here. So remember, the first one is the extends. directive. Notice that if it's a Blade file, you don't have to put the PHP, code up here. Usually you would do that to run PHP code. So if it's a Blade file, do not put PHP syntax up there and do it this way. If you do that, you get an error, right? It doesn't mean that you can't put PHP code. Of course you can. If you do that, just make sure that you close that tag, and whatever goes inside here is PHP syntax. Okay, so this is a Blade syntax. At the very top, we want to extend the layout dot master blade. Okay, so now that includes that. If you just run that right now and go back to the browser, not that one, we already seen that. So if you refresh it, you're going to see that one here. Okay, let me close this one here. I'm gonna go back in here, and let me also do a resize of my screen. I want to make sure we have, where is it at? Like that. Okay, here we go. All right, so now here is the output of that. This is overlapping because, we have this screen size shrink, but don't pay attention to this one. It's just what is in the white box here. So this is the master page. We include that already. And then the content goes in here, right? So that is where we include the section. And then the section name is called content. Now, the section here, if you include content, is basically a lot of content to be injected into the master template, then you want to put your code inside here and between the end section like that. Okay, so whatever you put in here will be injected into that the content, right? So you put it high. If you go over there and refresh it, you can see high right there on the screen, right here, very tiny. All right. So that's that. And of course, the title, as you can see, is the home page. If you remember, we did that in the previous videos. You can put a section here, and then the title is like that. Remember, we pass a title variable to this template as well. It's called title. Now, notice I did not include the end section for this one here because the second parameter is the actual value for this. So it's like a key value pair, right? So if we refresh it, it's going to change that to the demo link. If you don't do it this way, you can absolutely do like this too, if you want, but it's kind of redundant. So you can do something like that. Close that one there, and then down here, in your section, right? Oh, it has to be end. If you don't end it, it's gonna your section is gonna bleed over to the next section, and then here you will echo this out by interpolating that title to the page. So as you can see, if I do that, it should still work just fine. Okay, just to make sure it does work, I can put here title plus something. So the concatenator, the dot is still like PHP, title plus a string. Put some kind of like hello again, just so you can see on the tab. Okay, that's how you do it. So, but again, if it's just a title, then you will basically just do like I did earlier. And the same goes for the body of your content. If you put like your content right in here like this, the only thing is that if I do something like that, then I'm going to see only just text. It's not going to be interpolated as, HTML or things like that. You see right here, it's really tiny. If I try to put like an H1, okay, it's not going to behave that way because this is just plain text. And you may be thinking, well, because I'm putting the single quote as opposed to double quotes, it doesn't matter. It's still going to be string. I'm sure there are ways around it, but I mean, why would you want to do this? If you want to put a template, just don't do it here. Okay, so therefore, you put inside the section of the body down here and the section. You can do that. You can also put like stop if that's, I think that you can do that too, probably the older version. Okay, so that is where our content is going to be. We're going to put a main tag just so that it looks nice. If you notice that when I type the main, it doesn't really close it for me, and I find this to be very annoying. So usually to make it faster, you just type main and then hit enter, okay? And then the HTML will kick in and will auto close that for you. And then inside here, I'm going to put like a hello here just to make sure that it loads nicely over here. I'm going to refresh it. And okay, a little bit better, right? Okay, so now let's get to this stuff in here. So inside here, I'm going to do all the code inside here. I'm going to create a, I want to use the, oh, one more thing, right? So extends here, this is the layout. If you happen to do this twice like that, or even like down here at the bottom, it doesn't matter. What you're gonna get is really 3 copies of the layout. You can see here is one here, one here, one here, right? So it's not gonna crash or break your page. You're just gonna load that master page 3 times, and then it will appear, whatever you put here will show up in those 3 places, okay? So I'm not sure if you wanna use that, but you can. It's kind of weird. So don't overdo it. It just mean you can, and I mean, it should mean you should do it, okay? All right, so now let's go and put a PHP variable. Now inside the Blade syntax, you can't create variables without going to PHP mode. If there's another way, I'm not aware of it. So that means I'm going to create some variables in here, and you can use the regular PHP directive like this to create variables. All right, that's fine. Or you can also use the @PHP directive and close that for you as well. So make sure it's a single app and not the ampersand, not the 2 ampersand, has a different meaning. So either way, so for example, I go here and type in a variable called cat is equal to meow, right? And then here I can put here dog is equal to, okay? And they are fine. I can show them out here, cat, and then concatenate with the space, and then concatenate that with the dog. Refresh that, and you will see meow in the wolf over here. Right, so either one is fine, whichever is convenient for you. But for my demo, I'm going to try to use just the Blade syntax. Okay, so I'm going to delete this. And also, while we're here, when you're trying to interpolate data here, whatever goes inside here is an expression. As you can see, an expression is anything that you type that is usually returns some value or some data to the view, right? So like a function call, if you happen to have a function, you can call it in here. That's fine too. For example, function, not that type of thing. Function, very simple function cat, right? And then the cat will actually meow. So let's go here like that, and I'll put here return cat, return meow, right? So I call the cat function here, cat function, and I'll put exclamation mark here, and you will see that that's how it works too. Okay, so either way, when you do this way, if you try to include like cat and dog like that, it should error out because you can't put 2 variables in here for doing that kind of thing. If you put a comma, then I think you're going to get only the first operation. The second, whatever it is after that, will be ignored by the Blade engine. If you put a plus, then of course you are expecting to do some type of math operation. In this case, it failed because you can't do strings. But you can certainly do these operations in here. Instead of cat, you can do like 2 plus 3, and now I get an expression. So that's kind of cool for that. All right, so now let's go and create a variable. I'm going to create one here that says numbers is equal to a array of 12, 34, and 55. Okay, now inside here, I'm going to use the if directive. Before I do that though, let's talk about comment first because I use that quite extensively here. So commenting in Blade, the easiest way to do that is if you're using Visual Studio Code, I think most IDE, this is almost kind of universal as well. Not all of them, of course. If you press the control and the / or control the question mark, it's going to enter you this symbol. It says syntax. This is Blade comment. Okay, so if you put here comment Blade, okay, this is different than if you were to do a HTML comment. Okay, they're both comments. The only thing is that if you render this to the view over here,
okay, if you go and click and show the source view, you're not going to see the blade comment as you see here, right? I see the HTML comment, but the blade is not being rendered to the view. So this is very similar to Razor syntax and Razor comments and the .NET framework. Cool, huh? Right. I just want to show you that one there, but either one of those will be fine. There is a difference between the two. If you put like blade content inside your HTML comment, I believe it will be ignored. So usually if you do this, right, and if I echo out, you know, numbers of 1, okay, you notice that if it's an HTML, it will be ignored. If we get span 5, okay, and refresh in the browser, you will see that I did it wrong. Oh, let's see. I thought it would not be. As you can see, yeah, it will render the content anyways, but of course it will comment it out, but it will render a result here. You will see the result if it's commented out, as opposed to if I put this inside the blade comment like this, then that is completely not visible. You can see here, okay? So that's, again, something you want to watch out for. It doesn't mean it doesn't show up. Your code is not hidden. I mean, the result is. Okay, so that's the comment. Right, so now let's do some, you know, control flows. The first one is the if statement. So it looks very similar to the regular PHP if statements, almost exactly the same, except you're replacing the curly braces with the word and if and else and things like that. Okay, so start with if something is true, and the condition here, I'm going to say if the numbers of, let's say, 0 is you know, less than the numbers of 1. If that is true, then I'm going to print something else, say true, okay? And then end if. You have to end if here, right? And in this case, I'm expected to be true. So you see the word true printed on the view over here, okay? So nothing fancy here. If you don't do this, if you happen to put like do that, then you're gonna get a 1 instead of the word true because it's now interpolated, evaluated, right? If you put false, then you're not gonna get anything because false in PHP is really, it's like a null value, so you can't see it. Okay, so if you just print the actual content, put true here or false, whatever it is. So that's the basic, very simple if and else, if block. Let's do what the if and else. So let's put an HR here. It didn't work for me this time. What's going on? Okay, so notice I did not, it's not, you know, nicely formatted. If you do something like that, it's very ugly. And if you don't have the extension I mentioned earlier, the formatting install, then you're not going to see this format document here. Okay, if you right click on it, you click format document, then it will format that for you beautifully. So that's what I want to show you earlier. Okay, so the next one here is the if and else. So let's copy this and I'll put it right down here to save us time. I would say something like if the first number is, you know, let's change this. If it's greater than the second number, then we will, I guess we'll print the second number, right? Maybe numbers of, oh, the first number. We print the first number if it's larger. Else, then you put here again the @ symbol followed by else, and then whatever goes in here. Come on, I don't want you if. I already got if. Okay, too many. Okay, so else goes in here, and then whatever it is, you put right in here. Maybe I just put here. I don't know, none or something. Okay, so run, and you should get a none because indeed it is not true. If you change it the way around, yeah, I'm gonna get a true because the second number is indeed larger. All right, so that's the if and else block. The next one is the if and else and else if. So let's put something here. Okay, now my everything is gone. Come on. One thing is sacrificed for another thing. Okay. All right. So now let's say I want to find the largest number in here, right? Remember, you can do that using just if else. So how do you do that? And you can say if the first number, usually this way, the first number is greater than the second number, right? If that is true, and then I'll put the outer if here, okay? So else, and then in here you put the end if, just so I don't lose track. So if that's true, then I can check this next number. This is a nested if else here. If the numbers of the first number is also larger than numbers of the second or last, right? If that is true, then indeed the largest number, we're going to print it out, is the numbers of the 0. If that is not true, then it must be the last one, right? So we'll put here, I'm going to copy this, just make it faster for me to type else, and then we close it down here and if. Okay, this is our nested if and else. So if this is true, then this is the larger number. Otherwise, this larger number will be the second position, which is the third index. Okay, if that's not true, then else will be else if, like that. Okay, do another condition. And I'm going to copy this again, just to save some typing. So notice I have to include the word else if together. If you separate them out like this, it will not work. Okay, it has to be glued together like this. But in regular standard PHP, you don't have to put this together. It works both ways. Okay, well, so if the first number is that, and if it's the second number is indeed larger than the third number, then we can say that the largest number is indeed the second number, right? And the 1. Else, this is the final else. Then the marked number must be the third number, which is index 3. Okay, phew, there's a lot of if and else here. If and else and else if. Okay, so if that's correct, I think it is, we'll figure it out. Then it should print the largest number, in this case will be 55. Okay, so if I change it around, let's say, let's collapse these up here. If I change it to be 112, I should get 112 to be the largest right here. If I change that to be 344, I'm going to get 344 here. All right. And if you look at this, you know, it looks exactly like the if and else if in PHP. Okay. Only thing is that instead of the end if, you put the curly brace instead, right? Or if it's just one statement, you can ignore the end if completely. Just if this is true, if else, and then else if, else if. Okay. So that's something that you want to think about. Should I go with this Blade directive or should I use the PHP code? Either way. Okay, so now I think that's enough for this one here. I'll do the switch in little bit later, but we'll do that inside the loop, makes more sense. So now let's talk about loops in here. So put a comment here, say loops. Okay, so the loops, let's put an HR here as well. Now I lost that HTML thing. Okay, so for the loop, we'll look at the first one first, which is the for loop. This one here is just like your regular for loop, followed by something like this. So I is equal to 0. Let's say I want to print all the numbers. You know, let's do some, add some data up here, something a little bit more interesting. So let's put here, put a constant data for an array of some numbers. So we put here A, B, C. Okay, very simple. It's an array of data. Now down here, then I'm going to loop until the I is exceeds the size count of the data, right? And then I plus plus. So notice here I'm using the regular count function in PHP. You can use that. We can use the size of, is fine too. Either way, I'll use the count for now. But it only works if you put inside a conditional. If you try to use that outside here,
if you print it out, it's not going to work as far as I know. Okay, so what I'm saying is if you go here, if you try to do like that, right, it's not going to work. And there's an error. Okay, so it has to be inside only the condition as far as I know. Okay, so now we have that one there, and then we're going to go ahead and run something here. Make sure you do the end for. Come on. Okay, so I'm going to do that and maybe just print out some numbers. Data of I, right? Very simple. And it should print that out for you on the screen right here. ABC, that's what we have. Okay, so that's that. Now, what if we modify the data a little bit and include something like, I don't know, let's do something a little bit better. And let's see, let's call it, I'll make a new one. Const data 2 is equal to, you know, a, use the same thing, but a map to, you know, Apple. It'd be maps to, I don't know, bake. Just some C maps to. Okay, okay. So I have the key value pair, which is an associated array. Same thing as these. These are index of 0, right? You remember? Same idea. But data 2 has that. And then now when I access my for loop down here, I'm going to use a different for loop. This is going to be the for each loop is quite useful in this case. So here you can use this for each loop too, but I'm going to use something a little bit more meaningful here. So for each here takes the same format as in PHP. For each data, I call data 2 as, and you can take the key value pair. I'm going to do both. So it takes as the key, if you remember the syntax, key and value. And again, make sure you end for each. So if you want to print the key, you print the K, the value is the V, right? And then we can do something like, you can print the key here, and then followed by maybe the value. Okay, so just to show that it works, I'll go refresh it here. So you can see, oops, I did a mistake somewhere here. I got to close something up here. Unexpected equal. Okay, so right here, forgot my arrow. All right, so here you go again. You can see the key value pair, right? So the key is A and a B and C and so forth here, right? I could do this totally, right, using separate like that, or I remember I showed you, you could also do this, concatenate that with the concatenator like that. It's the same thing. I get the same result as you can see over here, right? All right, so that is how you get a key value pair. Now, with this for each loop here, you can also have another variable called loop. If you want to find the index, or the index will be like the key in this case, you can use that completely in loop variable. So here, if I go and put here, just so we can see, I put a BR here for now. And if you type in loop, it's a variable. And the loop here is an object that takes some of the properties. And one is property is like the count, for example. If you do a count, then it will tell you, you know, how many items in your list. As you can see, I print it every time, so you loop that 3 times. But total count is 3, right? 3 here because I have 3 in the elements here. Right, this count is very similar to the count function up here. I can also print some conditional as well, like if this is the first one or not. Okay, it's a Boolean value if it's true or false. So you're not going to see anything here because, you know, it just say 1 if it is indeed the first the first one, I put a 1 here, a little bit hard to see, but let me do this. If it's the first one, then you put something here. It'll put 1 for true, 0 for false. Okay, so if you do that, you can see a 1 after the apple because that is the first item. Okay, and if you do the same thing, even though I put a separate line, you can still see it should still print on the same line because only one or the other will be true. If this is the last one, then put something there as well. You can see that now the 1 goes in the apple and 1 goes in the cake. Okay, and you know this is not really so useful, but you can do something like, well, if the loop loop is first, if that is true, then put a star 1, and then we'll close the if. Right. So the same idea. If the loop is last, then you put you know, last here. I don't know, first, last. And then, so this way, it makes a bit more sense because you see some things in here. You can also check for even, odd, or things like that. Okay, so those are useful variables you can use to check in here. It only applies to the for each and for else loop. Okay, so let's look at the for else. The for else is kind of similar to handlebars. If you never used handlebars before, or I think, is it Express, Jinja template? I don't remember. Let's take a look at what the for else is. So for else, the syntax is the same as you can see here. Okay, the collection here would be the data 2, and item is just again key value. If you don't care about the key, I'm just going to print the item itself, which is the value. Then I will print the value out, item out. Okay, if it's empty, then you put here no content, something like that, right? So this only runs if the data is empty. So in this case, it's not. I'm going to see the same content being printed down here. Oops, data 2 as, oh, too many at symbols, right? Get that every time. So what else? Oh, data is a constant, sorry. Right, so you can see the apple, bacon, cake, right? It prints those out because it's not empty. If I go up here and let's say I'm going to change that to another constant called data 3, it's a blank array, right? So it's empty. Now in my code down here, I'm going to change that to say data 3. And because it's empty, you're going to see the message no content. So that's what this is for. It's like the else clause if there's no content in the loop. So kind of handy sometimes. But again, in here, you can also get the for as well. So again, if I can go here, I put just this code in here and write in here. If it's the last one, then put the last over here next to the word. And maybe we'll put here a little BR just so we can see. Okay, so you will only put the thing next to the last one, put here back to the data 2, and here we go. So as you can see, here it is. So it applies to both the for else and for each loop. All right, so what the last loop we'll talk about here is the while loop. This one here is a little bit tricky. Remember the while loop, in order for this to work, right, to loop to the item, you will have to find the index. That means you have to declare the index outside of the while loop. So you have to do that by using either the PHP syntax, like the PHP raw, like that, which is okay. And I'll use a variable called j, starting at 0, okay? And it will close the end PHP. You have to define that first before you can use it. And then in the while loop, you put your while the j is less than the count of the data. Yeah, I'm using constant, so I want to make sure I don't do that externally. Let's go with the data, just the regular data. Okay, and then you put here again and while. And in here, then so the data is just an array, right, of A, B, and C. Okay,
So we can print the data of j, just like that. And then don't forget to increment your j. Excuse me. I think you can also do right in here if you want to. We'll see if this works. And I can increment j every time. And then we'll run. And here we go, A, B, and C. If you don't increment this j like that, if you forgot to do that, you're going to get an error. And as you see, it will keep spinning until you run out of resources and it crash your page. Okay, so don't always remember to do that. Either do right in here. If you don't do it in here, well, let me close this, stop this. Then you have to do outside afterwards. Now you don't want to do this like j++. You can if you want to, but that has its side effects. That means it's going to print out your variable every time in there as well, which you don't want to do. So just for incrementing your data, again, you will have to go back to the PHP mode and do that just for that, right? Just for that. And you can see how tedious this actually gets. So instead of doing this, I would just put right in here and it will still work. So save you a line of code and make sure code a little bit sweet. Okay, so this variable here, j, you have to declare in here. Of course, you don't have to do this if you pass it through your view function. So out here in the view function, when I create the demo here, I can pass in here, the other variable. So view, let me go back and use the right method here. Okay, so I can pass a second parameter called j, and that j points to 0. I start at 0. So because this variable exists here, I can then go ahead and just access the j right away. I don't need this. So again, comment it out. So that should not be included in there. And my code should still work because the j has been passed to the variable here. So the title, did something wrong. Okay, let's try again. I probably missed something. Error. Yeah, just make sure you do all this correctly. And then, as you can see, it prints out just fine. If you want to start from a different number, then you put here, start at 1. Now I'm going to skip the first one. I only get B and C. Okay, so either way, that's how you do it. Just make sure you do that in there. I think that pretty much covers everything here. The only thing I haven't done is the switch case. Now the switch, you can do right in here. I'll show you so that just like the if block, switch case, same thing. So I want to say something like switch the data of j, right? Switch the data of j. Make sure you put it in switch down here. If it's the case of something, you put a function in here. You pass it a case function as opposed to just a variable. If it's an a, then again, add symbol. If that's the case, then you don't have to put any of that. That means if that case is true, then go ahead and maybe I'll print out, I don't know, print out just the data of j, okay? J, and then make sure you break it, okay? After that, you want to break it. So again, break out of that. If you don't do that, it's going to bleed to the next case. So I'm going to copy this here again, put right here, case, different case. And then the last one here is the default. So again, will be default. And then default will print some message here. We don't need to break, just say, I don't know, done, okay? And as you can see, highlighted, formatted, makes it nice for you. Case 1, and then this is case B, okay? I'm gonna go back and remove back, go back to 0, start from 0. Okay, so now if you run it, it's gonna print, key 3, where is it at? Did I do something incorrectly in here? Okay. Oh, because I commented out. I mean, I incremented first. So let's remove that. Why should I do this? Okay, let's do on the bottom. The reason why it runs an error because I increment the J first. So on the last round, it's going to go to J of 3, which I don't have. That's why it crashes here. Okay. So you can see they print the A and A because it's A. And the ABC here is printed twice down here. So if I turn this off, it should only print once. Okay. Oh, loop. This is what I don't like about this one here. So let's do this again. Let's do the ++ after we print up here or here. Nope, it's not going to work, right? So I have to go back in here. No choice in this case. J++. See how this is so unuseful in this case. All right, so here we go. And not the smiley, but okay, so here A, B, and done because we found only 2 matches, A and B. We ignored the C, so C is now default done. Okay, so if you want to print both together, then if this is the case, then this is what's called an OR, right? So I can ignore this part and then just do that. And that is the OR case, A or B. And then it will print that anyway, so you get the same result down here. Okay, so that's the switch case. Nothing very fancy here. Again, it's the same standard as the regular switch statements, and I think that should be done. Now, lastly, I want to do another one just to show you the include here. Remember, we add include inside the statements. So as your code goes really big and really bloated, you can move things out to a different template. Okay, so let me maximize this code here, something really quick. Let's say in my views, I'm going to create another one here called includes. Inside the includes, I have another layout called task.blade.php, right? So I go back to my demo template. I'd say that, you know what, a lot of these code here are a lot. So I'm going to move everything, for example, move everything here to the end of that, cut it out and put into the task here is a Blade template, right? So we can save this Blade template here. And then I'm going to include it right in here. So include the Blade templates coming from the includes folder called task. Okay, and now my code is cleaner because I break it out into different sections. So if you can do that, you can move it out to different multiple sections as well, and that should still work. So as you can see, if I refresh the page, everything should still stick as before. And just to show that it does work, let me go ahead and add another variable here to the D, right? And it should still, work just fine. Not this one. And here we go. Okay, so done because C and D do not match. All right, so these are the directives I wanted to cover for this video. And there are a lot more. If you go to the data documentation on the site, you can learn a little bit more into others. There's a unless statement, there's a empty, there's an authentication, and many others as well. Okay, well, thanks for watching. Any questions, please put in the comment, and I will see you in the next video. Hello, this is Christian. This episode, we're going to look at model. This model, I will break into 2 parts. This part 1 here, we're just going to focus on the RAM data, nothing from database or any text files, anything like that. In a separate video in the future, we're going to create some databases, so we'll do the other part, okay? So models are really just data. It could be anything, right? Any from a text file, RAM, and so forth. Now, data are stored usually stored in the models folder. So here, if you expand the app folder, and there should be a models directory. And in here, you see there's a user.php file. This is again provided by Laravel by default. So we're going to create something similar to this. We're going to create a class called maybe like project, and then we'll add some data to that. Okay. So before we begin, I want to also navigate to my Git repository. Over here, I have a data files directory. Inside here, I have a data.php, and it has some really simple
just simple data in here. Okay, so I'm going to copy this data store here, just about for project data, and we're going to add it to our project. So in here, I'm going to close this now, and I'm going to create inside the routes folder here. I'll create another directory here. We call it data file, just like down there. And inside here, I'm going to create a new file called data.php. And then I'm going to dump right in here. Okay, so this is our data store for now. And I'm going to make sure it's PHP. So I'm not going to load this, object or this array to the view. I'm going to create a class for it. And then we're going to create the instance of each of these objects as a class object. Okay, so before we do that though, notice that in the models class folder, you can create a model in here yourself manually if you want to. You can just copy this and make some changes. But I'm going to show you how we can do that automatically. Well, not everything, but using the interface down here. Okay, so go to the command terminal, Control J takes you there. Again, make sure you're inside your application here and run this command. So PHP artisan make :model, and then space, you give it a name of the model. The name here is the name of the class, also the name of your file. So for me, I'm going to call it project, singular, because the classes are usually singular, and just hit enter, right? So what that will happen is that if you look at the models folder over here, you see that it created a project.php file. If you go in that file, let me minimize this for a second now. You see that it added some, stuff in there for us ready to go. Okay, it created a project class. The caveat is that your class name should be the same name as your file when you use it in this context. Okay, otherwise you're gonna have some problem issues later on. So usually use the same class as the same file. Kind of follow Java's convention of naming your classes and files. Although in PHP, it doesn't really require that. But in this case, it does matter. I just want to point that out. All right. So in here, this class here is going to store the data fields of these data. So we have 4 of them, right? The ID, title, description, and URL. And I'm just going to create a really simple class. I'll keep whatever it provides here. And then we'll just add to that, the data fields and things like that. Okay. So I'm going to add I'll make everything public for now, just make it simple. The ID field, public, title, description, and then the URL. Okay, so that's good. And I'll create another constructor here just so that I can use it. And it's called under construct. This is the constructor. The data fields will be the same as those: title, description, and URL. Okay, so in here, I'm going to just update them. This title equal to title, and actually ID. I'll switch those. Try to make it look nice. Description is equal to description, and then this URL is equal to URL. Okay, so that is my class template. And usually you create, using private, then you create getters and setters for this. But for now, this is good enough. Right, so use this model to create data. Notice that it uses a namespace called app/models. Now this namespace is important because we're going to use this namespace so we can access this class called project in our code. So now I'm going to go over to the data file, and over here is where we're going to use that namespace. So on the very top here, I'm going to use app/model. And once you use the namespace, then I have access to that. But then what is the exact class called? It's called project, which is again the same name as my project file. So app models, and then here project. Okay, and again the same thing, right? So use that rule. And then down here at the bottom, I'm going to create a for loop to create an object of these 4 records, right? It takes the ID and title and so forth. Over here for, I use the for each just to make it really quicker. Each of the data is a constant in this case, as we'll call it D, just to make it short. Let's see, well, project data, I'm sorry, project data as, maybe as data is fine. Okay, and then I'm going to create a variable called project, plural. It's an array that's going to be assigned with a new project. And I pass in here the ID, which is going to be coming from the data of ID. The second is the data title. And then data description. Good, and one more, data of URL. Okay, so and the rule of PHP, when you create an object, you pass it to an array. You don't really have to push it to that. You could use the push function if you want to do that, but this is a quick way to do that, and it will automatically append to the end of that array. Right, very nice, very beautifully in PHP. Now, so I should have now created a project called projects, has a full content. Now, the next thing is I'm going to import this in, or include it into the web routes over here. And I'll do that at the very top here. You can do the inside here if you want to, wherever you want to do it, but I'll make it in the space up here so it's available everywhere in this file. I use include, and it's coming from the data files, and it's called data.php. And because my variable is really just a a regular variable, not a constant, I don't have to import it. I don't have to create use and things like that, right? Otherwise, you will have to, you can use it, but that is enough. So I'm basically exposing everything there to this place and makes some code really nice. Now I'm going to pass this data over to the portfolio over here. As you can see, we created a very simple portfolio here. And if you go to the view, let's open that portfolio view right in here. This is the one that we created earlier. Okay, so it has nothing here yet. Before we do that, let's go and run the application first. I forgot about that. Let's do a PHP artisan serve, again, port number 8000. As you can see, there are no errors. If there are any errors, it will throw an error right here. Okay, I should have done it earlier, but as far as I go, there's no error at this point. And go ahead and launch the site just to make sure that it actually loads. Here we go. All right. And here in the portfolio, as you can see, we had, okay, we probably didn't have the URL correctly here, but it's just not found. We'll figure out why. But it should load this URL here, okay? All right, so let's go back into the code again. And I'm going to close this for now. And then in my web file, oh yeah, because we were playing with this, data here, right? So I'm going to delete this IDs. I don't need the ID here for now. This was just testing earlier on. And then here, the title will keep. We're going to remove these information. And in their place, we're going to create a variable called projects. And that should point to the projects variable we created inside the data PHP file. Now, this is the one that's going to be passed over, but you will see that it's not recognized because if you mouse over that, it would say it's not verified. It's not available. Okay, when you do this, because your variable is created outside here, you need to include that inside your function. If you don't do this, you could also move this and put it inside here like this. So once you do that, as you can see, it resolves the problem, right? But if you want to use it somewhere else, then you have to keep doing that, right? So instead of doing that way, leave it as it was. And then this function here, you can use a directive function called use, and then you pass to the use function the name of the variable you want to pass to it. So in this case, it's projects. Okay, because it's in a global space here, PHP has a really strict rule that in order to use a global variable, you must either use the global's super global keyword or the global keyword to make it local to that particular function. And this is a callback function, so it's really tricky to do that. And so in this way, the best way is to use the use function to pass any variable to that. And so now it should be local to this function now. And then once you pass this data over to the portfolio, now we have access to that information. Okay. And so over here, we are then going to use a loop to loop through all the 4 projects and show them here. Just so that it works, we can quickly just see how that works in here. So I will use here the for each again. Okay, so you can see it has really nice syntax to help us already. The collection is called projects. And each item will be, since we're just gonna, interested in the actual project itself, and so I'll just keep the item as item, okay? Or actually you can call it projects. Maybe it makes more sense. And I'm going to type project here. Project as project. So for each project, we're going to do something. Again, make sure you don't have too many ampersand on the front. And for now, I'm just going to print the project title. Okay, so you can use the arrow now because these are data fields. I'm just going to print that, and you should see 4 of them in here. I'll make it BR just to see that it's actually working. Save. Now go back to the browser and refresh this page. And here we go. We see the 4 projects here. Pretty good. Okay, so now let's go ahead and create a table and make it a little bit nice. And I went ahead and already Googled for the table and Bootstrap. So we're going to modify this a little bit to make it a little bit nice. Right. So on the table here on the Bootstrap, you can search for it. I want to use this is fine. Maybe something like a little bit more interactive. This one's good too. Yeah, this is fine too. The stripe one. Or let's see. Oh, the black was pretty cool. Highlight. I like. Oh, this is pretty good too. Let's go with the stripe. Okay, I like the stripe. Looks kind of nice. So basically, I'm going to copy the table here, and let's see. That's just for everything here for now. Okay, copy the whole table here, and go back to your code, and we're going to put for now right in here. We need to split where and where. So this is the repeating part. That means that the T body and it goes in there, right? So this part here will go to the top. I'm going to move that to the top right before the loop. And then the loop takes place. Actually, the T body also needs to go above here. And then this is the repeating part from here to here. I don't need these guys. I'm just going to close it right here at T body. All right, so this part will go inside the loop right in here. Okay, and again, just right click and format. Make it a little bit nice. Perfect. Now it has exactly 4 fields. Perfect. Here I will put the ID for the project ID. This is the project title. Let's see, description. And then this is the link of the URL. Okay. And here, this is going to be the project ID. And I'll copy this and I'll paste it right down here. We'll replace with the other ones. This is the title, description. Then this is the URL. Well, here I want to have a link. I want to go to a link. So A, href is going to go to that URL. And it's going to end right here. Target is going to be blank. This is, again, just some fictitious sites, okay, not real sites. And I'm going to copy this again to display the URL to the table. Okay. Yeah, that looks good. Now, because this is Bootstrap, it's not going to work until we actually load the Bootstrap library. But for now, I just want to see that it does work on the browser first. Let's go back here and load the page again. And you can see they're all here, right? Very, very nice. Now let's go ahead and load Bootstrap into our application. So we have to go back over to the Bootstrap page. I believe you go to the very top. You know what, one more thing before I go. I like the black heading here for this table. So I'm gonna put here table dark. I think that's what it is, table dark for the heading. Let me see. Yeah, table dark. Yes, let's try that. Table dark and to the T head section. Okay, T head. Add a class called table dark. We'll see. All right, so now let's go back and add our Bootstrap. If you go to the get started, and these are the things that you need to add. So just copy this link right here, go to the application and go into the master file, right? And the views master layout right here. We're gonna add right above our CSS. And then we're gonna also include the JavaScript to make it work. So down here, again, just click the little copy here, copy to the clipboard, go back, and then I'm gonna put it right below down here just in case, make sure it loads everything correctly. And save this file, right? And then you can close that. Now, if you go to the browser and review your page, it should now load Bootstrap. Okay, so there we go, perfect, right? Kind of nice here. I lost the footer navigation down here, or link is too low. We're gonna fix that a little bit. But so far so good. Yeah, and maybe I'll put another message right below the project here. Okay, so let's fix the footer and maybe add some room a little bit to the navigation here. Otherwise, I think so far it's pretty good. So let's go over here. In the CSS, I think that's where we're going to fix it. CSS here, not inside the public directory. So the footer, it was kind of low. Let's turn off the height here. I probably don't need this height anymore. Again, just control enter. Control question mark will give you the comment. Let's turn that off. The main, we'll keep the main. The navigation, I don't have the nav. Let's see again. Let's see F12. This is what it looks like. The navigation. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I don't have a nav tab. I just want to add some margin. Like, let's see, maybe the top margin be 10 pixel. Didn't make it somehow. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. The footer area, we're gonna also move that. Added. So if you remove the height, it should be fine. Okay, so here we go. We updated the footer already. And navigation, I think that's okay, but you can add a little bit more padding if you want to. But not only that, it's a little bit short. I want to make it a little bit wider. And right now, I think it's set to like 50 pixels. I'm going to modify that, just one quick modification here. 50%. I'll make it like 80% here. The navigation, I'm going to add a new one here for the nav. I didn't have that one here, but I'm going to just add it so that has a margin top to be, I don't know, 10 pixel. I think that should have some room to the top. And I think that's pretty good. So let's save that and load one more time. And there you go, perfect. All right, I think that's good enough. Again, if you want to add another one, maybe this one has nothing to do with thing, but maybe I want to add another, data right below here to say like you can use a caption or I don't know, I'm using H3 for now. Like following some projects. Something like that. Okay. Yeah, so basically that's it for this video. And again, very simple how we pass data model to the site here. And using loop, I'm able to display information just very easy like that. using objects. Okay, so in the next video, in the future video, we're going to add some data kind of similar to this, but we will be coming directly from a database system. So thanks for watching. Any questions, please let me know. Hello, this is Christian. In this episode, we're going to look at web forms and Laravel. Mainly, we want to do some just the server-side form validation and how to set up a form. Okay, so first thing is that we need to go and in here, we're going to just use the forms which we created for the contact page right here. Okay, so this is a really simple form that has 3 fields. And we want to process this form and then, send it backend. So I'm going to open this. Also in the routes page, I'm going to open up the web PHP, and it's going to go into this contact page right here. So this is where I'm going to clean up this a little bit. Okay, I'm going to remove this thing here. It makes it a little bit too messy to look at. I'm going to do a format to clean this up a little bit. All right. Now, let's move this down a little bit. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create another route here to process a post request. Okay, so I'm going to copy this and put it right below it. We'll make this as a post. Now, the first thing you want to do is that if you are submitting form to the backend, you need to be able to retrieve the data from the form, and you do that by doing something called the dependency injection. This is a really early stage in dependency injection, or DI for that matter. So what we'll do is we need to inject a request object to this function here, right? So as far as I know, like since PHP 5 or 7, you can actually do using type hint to allow certain type to inject to a function. So we're going to use a request class in here. If you type that in here, uppercase R, remember, you're going to get that from the HTTP, from the support HTTP client. Okay, so make sure you hit that. And on the very top here, you're going to see HTTP request. If you don't see that, you probably grabbed the wrong one. So make sure you grab the right one for that, and then it will go ahead. And then we need to add an object called request. This is just a variable called request. You can call whatever you want. It could be A, B, C, doesn't matter. This is not so important. What's important is this type here. Okay, so now when we load the form using the post method, it's going to load this as opposed to this. I'm going to use the same URL. Okay, you can make it differently if you want to. I'll use the same URL, but the content here will be different. And then when I submit the form, go to this page, I'm not going to return the user back to the same view. I'm going to go to a different view. Let's say we call this just a thank you view. Okay, so thank you. And I'm going to create a view just a minute. So put here, thank you. And then we're going to create a very simple view. Maybe just copy the one that we have. Contact is okay. It doesn't matter. Copy that. Then paste it right back and rename it to say thank you.blade.php. And then here we're going to just put a message in here to say thank you. Let's put into a p tag. Thank you, and then put the name right here. So wherever this is, so we're gonna put the name in here. And you can put whatever message you want to put in here. It doesn't really matter. You can say something like, thank you for received your message and will be in touch. Something like that, okay? So we know that it's the user. And a very simple form. Okay, so save that form there. Now back here, I think we are almost done. Now, so let's go to the form first. I want to show you something here that when you submit forms using Laravel, by default, the Laravel engine requires you to include something what's called a CSRF token. What that is really just a token, which is called, let me go right here, okay? I'll put it right here. You need to include that in the form. Okay, so it's really the app symbol followed by CSRF. Now, this is a token that will be generated by Laravel to prevent your form from being submitted from a different site. Okay, because a user can create these forms in any site they want, and they can direct that to action to your site, right? They can put like HTTP here, and then your site something.com, and then whatever the form is. Okay, very dangerous sometimes. So you want to prevent that from happening, and only this form that is submitted from your server, from your site, will be allowed. And that is what this CSRF is for, okay? It's to prevent the exploitation of unauthorized commands or form submissions from a robot or from another user or from a hacker for that sort, okay? It's just a security layer, really important. And you can turn this off if you want to, but I highly recommend that too. Okay, so this one here is gonna go back to the same page, which is the contact page. Right, and then the method is going to be a post as opposed to the default of get. Okay, everything here should be the same. We'll leave it as is, and I'll show you without this one here. Let me turn this off. Okay, if I save that, and now if you go and launch the application, make sure you run that first. Serve again at port 8000, and go to the site and refresh it. Okay, so here's a form here. Okay, so notice I did not have the CRF installed. If you go into the source view, you can see there's no token here. I'll leave this open for now. And if you try to submit your form without nothing, I didn't require anything here, so I submit, you're gonna get an error, something like this. It says page expired. Why? Because of the token, right? So that token actually generates a session that is managed by Laravel. So if the session or token is not matched, it expired that form data, and so therefore it does not accept any form coming into your site. Okay, very, very, very useful. An example to do that is you can send any form to Google, and Google will take it, right? That's something that you want to think about. So now if I turn this on like that, okay, and save it, and go back and try to resubmit it again, and just click OK, and you'll see that see, probably didn't do something correctly. Let's try again and submit. Okay, so you can see that it did work, except I didn't include the name here because of the form I submitted to the thank you right here. I didn't include it, right? So it does work now, which is good. So let's go and fill up our form for the, I'm gonna close this down here, go to the thank you. This is good. In the URL here, we go to the thank you here. We need to include the variable for the name as well. So the name here is going to be mapped to a variable called name. And we will get that name from the request. Okay, so the form data comes in, it's going to be attached to the request object. This is an object, by the way, and so it has all the fields attached to it. I have 3 fields. So you can just grab the name, it will create a variable called name, and it's going to be assigned with a value coming from the request. And request here is an object, so you can use the arrow method to get the name of your field. Okay, the name here is the field of your form. I have the name field, email, and message, right? Either one of those should be here. So I just want to get the name, then I'll do that. And then pass that to the form, and that should be okay. So let's go back to the browser and refresh. You just refresh it, you should still take it, but there's no name attached, so it's empty really. Okay, so now if I go back again, now I put my name here, and I'll leave the rest blank. I didn't require that. So you can see that I pass something over, and it goes to the thank you page. Again, the URL is still the same, right? Even though the same URL, I can load a different view if I want to, which is pretty nice, right? Okay, so you can see how that works. Now, the next thing I want to do is I want to validate these fields here. Just really simple validation. You can do front-end validation using HTML, like the require and all this stuff. You can also use JavaScript. Both of those are front-end validation, which are usually really good to do. And then you have another layer on the back end, which is the server-side validation. So I'm going to do just the server side. The front end, I'll leave that to you. You already know how. But let's say we're going to require all 3 fields, and then email should be an email of that email type. Okay. Now, I do want to point out here on their documentation on the Laravel side, if you go to this link here under the validation, and they're right towards like the middle of the way here, you have a rules of validation for all your different types of fields. So there's a lot of them here for date, whatever it is. We're going to do one for the email. So if you click email, you're going to do something like this. Maybe just the email, and then very simple here. I'm not going to do too much about it. Okay, so all the rules are here if you want to look into that further. So let's go back to our code and validate this form. Again, I'm not going to touch anything in the front end. Okay, I manage everything in the back end. So back here, when the data comes in, okay, before I submit, assign this data, I want to make sure they're required. Now to do that, you can call the request, and then request has a function called validate. Okay, this function will run if you run this first. If this validation fails, then all of these here this data will not be set. It will, by default, it will redirect the user back to the same view where they came from, wherever that site is. Not only that, it will also let you display some error messages. Okay, so what do you validate here? Inside here is an array or a list of all the fields you want to validate. I have only 3 fields. The first field is called a name. So I want that name to be validated using some key terms in here. One of these is called the required, okay, just like that in like HTML. I want that to be required. I'm going to do a Alt Shift down just to copy that down. Email is also required, and the message is also required. But the email also want to include the type of email. So you put the type symbol like that. You make it so that it's email. Okay, it will validate that. Make sure it's an email format. There are other rules, number of characters, the minimum, maximum, lowercase, uppercase, all the stuff again is in the URL I mentioned earlier. Okay, so what this one does is it will run this function and validate that for you. If it passes all the validation are required, then it's good to go, and then we'll proceed down here and then go back to the thank you page. All right. Now, this function here returns an object. Well, I'm not object, actually an array of this, whatever you included here, okay, in 3 fields. So you can do that by setting to another, call it data, or you call it validate data, doesn't matter what you call it, form data, okay? And then now once it's been validated, the data here contains all these data you set from the form field, which is the same as the request. So it's kind of duplicated. Only difference is that this is an array, this is an object. What is the difference? Well, quite a lot. So for example, in object notation, I can do one of these. Let me duplicate this again. You can use the arrow, right, like that. You can use the array method, which is this bracket, or you can use a function called get. Get the name, so a getter. Okay, so these 3 options are available for the request object, whereas the data here is just an array name, so you have to use this method here. Okay, so entirely up to you which one to use it. So I'm just to make sure it does work, and any of these should work. Okay, so now once we validate it, if you don't intend to use the data, you don't have to set it here. You can just leave it blank, request and be done with it. But I just want to show you that these should work as well. All right, now let's go and give this a test drive. Now they are required. If you do reload the page, if you try to submit it, right, notice it doesn't load because we didn't put any error messages. If I type in something here like that, okay, how do we know that it's going to show any messages? We don't know because we didn't include the error messages. So let's fix the error messages first so we can see what's going on. Now, when you create this validation, once you require it, what happens behind the scene is that it includes an errors variable. This errors variable is available in the view. So all your views will have this error variable. If you go out here to the Blade page here, you can display the error messages to the view. And that is an instant, the errors message. So it would look something like this. Put right here. maybe put a div here. Okay, and then we can put a class here for like alert, and then alert mixing with Bootstrap here. Okay, and we'll put here a list of messages. So UL, you know what? Let me do this. UL, and then here I have a bunch of LIs, right? And you can use a loop to go through each of the error messages. So it's again error, and this error here has a function to get all or get all of them, and the error goes into a actually it's an instance of, if I remember correctly. Let's see. If you go to the web, what is it at? The vendor. I'll show you really quick. Vendor, the Laravel framework. We've seen this before. SRC under the Illuminate. There is a support function. Class folder. In here is a message bag class. Okay, this message bag, you can see, has a lot of functions that actually capture all the type of error you can see. If I go and open the outline here, you can see a little bit better. And let me collapse these. Okay, so you can see here that you can get the error messages from, if it has a particular type of error message, if it has any error message, the first message, get a particular type of message, get all the messages, it will give you a count. Or another one is any here, if it has any messages, it will return a count if it's greater than 0. And so use this to check your information, your data. So back here on the contact page, I can say if all the error messages return as, this is called the error. So each type of error, right? And make sure we end here. I'm going to go and put the end. Okay, so inside here, I want to display the error messages. Whatever they are will be displayed here. All right. So if I save this and go to the browser, refresh the page. Error. Okay, I think it's called errors, not error. It should be plural. Errors. Yeah, errors and not error. Okay, so refresh this again. Remember, I already submitted earlier. I lost my data, but you see this box here, right? This is what error messages is. But if I go to about, come back again, the box is here. I only want to show when the error is triggered, but I want to show you that if I type something like this, hit submit, you can see that the error is here. It says the email is invalid. And I don't include everything. You should have all 3 messages. Okay, so again, I only want to show if I have any error. So you can do that by using another clause, which is the if, right? Only show this box right above here if the errors of any is true, right? If it has any, then go ahead and show the error messages. Otherwise, don't show it. Okay, let me go ahead and put this like that. And then now it's much nicer. And refresh the page again. If I go back, you see that it's not there until I submit that and has the error messages. Great. So now, again, we go here, put something here, chr.com, and then test and submit. And there it is. All right, perfect. The last thing I want to do is sessions. Okay, it's really important to understand as well as we move forward into doing, CRUD operations. So let's say that once I send this contact form, I want to add a name to the message up here. Instead of saying guest, it should say welcome Christian or whoever that name is. Okay, so we do that really quickly. Now, session is quite simple in PHP. If you know that already, it's also very simple in Blade. It's almost the same method here. So let's say that once I submitted the form and everything once has been validated, I get the name already field, and then I want to pass that to a session variable. So in here, you can also use the global session if you want to, if you do the PHP method like that, right? Remember that one? That's okay too. If you do that, you have to go and turn on the session and things like that. or you can use the Laravel method, which is also called the session function. Like that. And this is available globally. You can pass in here as a key value pair as an array. It looks like this. And the key is going to be, I call it name, user or username, doesn't matter. There's a map to the name here. Okay, so I set the session from here on. So after this, the session is active. And how do we treat the name back? You just call the session function followed by the key. So let's say I set a session, and then now I'm going to go to the partial view of navigation here and write in here, instead of saying guess, I want to load my name or whatever name is. So you can do an if and else block above or anywhere else, but you can use a shortcut as well, just by going here and do the, the add symbol. So in here, like that, I'll do something like if the session of the name, it's called user name, or user, right? I call it user. Yeah, user. So if the user exists, if that is true, then go ahead and load the session of the user, right? Otherwise, load the word guest. Okay. Yeah, that should do it, right? Now let's go back to the browser and refresh our page. And if I reload it, it should changes to say Christian, because I already set the form to, well, yeah, to that already. All right. So here we go. And if I go and do something like Jake something, j@j.com, test, and now it changes to Jake. Okay, very cool. Now the last thing I want to do is, how do you get rid of these sessions here, right? A couple of ways to do it, but the easier way to do in Laravel is you can go into the storage here, the storage under the I think the app framework, under the sessions. You can see these sessions here. If you load your page, it keeps a track of your session. So you can see here is a session user here has a name Jake here. And this is for the other one as well. If you want to delete your session and install over again, you can just basically delete these. Just, delete them, just say yes to remove all the sessions. Yeah, so let's do that too. Okay, so now if we go back, and that should have been removed from the sessions, right? That's one way. Another way is you can create another route. Let's say that I want to go to a route called C, and I want to clear the session for whatever that reason is. Okay, so very simple to do in here. You don't need to create a view at all, just a route. So let's go here and say I want to create a route that will go to so a get of the clear for session, and the function here be to clear the session. So you do that by calling the session class, and then : flush. If you go to flush, it will clear the session for you. Now the session here, as you can see, is not available because you need to import that in, and you can import that by going to, again, if you mouse over this, click on it, Control Spacebar, and you want to get from the facade, I think, okay, from the support facades here. Click that, and make sure it says session and not session on, and it should be imported on the very top here. You can see right here. Okay, so that is another way to clear your cache as well. Flush all of them. If you want to flush a certain type, you can use a different method, but this is what do all of them. Okay, so let's say if I go back again and create my form, right? No flush, no session here. Go and type it again. So session is on again. You can see here. Now once it's on, even though the only way is you can actually close the browser, come back, it will still be there. But if I go to the /c to clear the cache, right, and it's there, I did not redirect the user. I should have redirected the user back to the home page. But now you can see if it loaded, it's now gone. Okay, so let's fix that really quick, and then we'll be done with this video. So once I flush the sessions, I'm going to return a redirect to the home page. Right? Remember how we do that in the previous video? Redirect. If I spelled that correctly. Okay, so save that, and then just do one more. If I go and do a C and then redirect to the home page. Okay, so that is it for this one. Again, when in the future video, when we do CRUD operations, we're going to create a little bit more complex form, not that complex, but maybe to perform some of these portfolio objects, you need to add, delete, and things like that. All right, any questions, please let me know, and see you guys in the next video. Hello, this is Christian. Welcome back. In this episode, we're going to do some really simple CRUD operations on our data set here. So this is the site we've been building. I want to make a few changes in here. I don't like the name title. I'm going to change that to say just name, because it's a little bit confusing with the title of the page in here. And also I had a typo here. I want to change it to the description. All right. I'm going to also add a button somewhere here to say add a new project. And we're going to add another column over here, say something like actions, and we're going to perform the edit and the delete links as well. Okay, so again, refer to this site here to use any of these validation rules if you want to do a little bit deeper into the validation. I'm not going to do much other than just requiring the fields and maybe adding the URL to the URL link tab just to make sure it's a valid URL. That is all I'm going to do. Okay, so let's go back to our Visual Studio Code IDE and make some changes. So again, make sure your app is running. So first thing, let's go to the view first, and let's change the portfolio. The title should be name. And then I'm also going to change the project title to, let's say, title by project name. Okay, we'll make the change so we'll leave this open for now. Now go to the routes under the data files and the data file here. So we're going to change all the title here to name. So an easier way to do that is basically you select that, press Ctrl D a few times. As you can see, it moves down until you find all the fields you want to change, and then just type in the name and all of it will be changed instantly for you. Very cool. All right, and then last but not least, I also want to pass this data to a session. So the projects need to be in a session, because when we navigate away from the project site, from page to page, we want to retain the state, right? So if you don't do that, you're not going to be able to do retain the state. Later on, when we deal with databases, which is the permanent data store, then we don't have to worry about this session. But for now, we do want to do that. So here, I'm just going to put here session, pass into this session array, projects, the same name, and assign with the projects variable as well. Okay, so that's good, and we can close this now. Then over here, this is good. We can close that. And then in the web page, we're going to go and change one thing here. We need to load into the page every time when we load data. So in the portfolio here, we notice we use the projects here. It's coming from that projects page. But this time we're going to use a session as opposed to this. You want to retain the session. So in here, I want to do something like this. So project is equal to the session, and the session key is really just called projects. Okay. So you want to load a session every time. Of course, you can check it to see if session exists first if we do that, but that's fine. So you could do that. I mean, let's do that. Okay, just to be safe, we want to make sure it's actually there. So I want to check it so that project is indeed exists. I'll keep the project as is. Otherwise, if the session exists, you can say if the session of the projects does exist, if that's true, then go ahead and replace the project with that instead. Otherwise, we'll keep the default. Okay. So now I think that should do it. And let's give it a spin and let's see what happens. Refresh the page. Okay, so at least, well, I need to change that. The ID name is not shown, but let's fix that first. Probably something I missed in the code. Let's go back to ID here. Let's go back to the portfolio. I'm going to change this to say description. Okay. And a project ID, project name. That was not visible. So that means in our projects here, somehow it was not set. Session projects. and we load the data already, and it should be set. Okay, I'm going to clear my cache and see what happens. All right, so I'm going to go to storage and the frameworks under the sessions and clear both of these from the list here. Okay, so start from fresh and load our page and see what happens. All right, it's still not showing. Let's figure out why that's not showing up. And my guess is probably I did not update the data correctly. So let's go back here. I mean, this looks good. I mean, as far as session is concerned, we already imported, so that's fine. Let's look at the data again. We're probably missing something here. And close the session for now. And in here, we got the name. Okay, so maybe the project we haven't changed it. Let's go to the app folder and go to the models and the project. Yeah, in here we need to change this as well, right? We don't call it title anymore, call it name. So again, just make sure you change that. Control D 3 times and then name. All right, so that's what it was. Okay, you can close that, change that. It should be fixed now. If you go back and refresh it again. Okay, still not going. Let's try cache one more time and come back. Okay, so there it is. Perfect. So now let's add a button right here and the 2 columns I mentioned earlier. Okay, so back in here in the portfolio page, right above here, the table, maybe right below or next to this one here. What we're going to add is a table button, or maybe a link. Okay, that points to a link called add. We're not taking the ID there, and we'll just put here add new project. Close that one there. Okay, so I'm going to use the Bootstrap just to style this. Give it a class called BTN, and maybe BTN primary, just the blue button. And let's see what that looks like. Okay. Okay, looks good. So as you can see, if I click it, it goes here, and I'm going to add the form right in here. All right. So give it a little bit of room, maybe some margin at the bottom, and then add a column on the right side. Okay, so let's put a margin, be M-4 usually, be too big, M2, that's all around. If you want a bottom, you put an MB bottom, let's put margin all around. And also, I think that's, yeah, that's good. And then the column is going to be duplicated. I'm going to press the Alt-Shift down, and we'll call this one here actions. And then we'll add a new row down here, another TD. So in here we have 2 links. One is going to be going to the edit page. It's going to take an ID field. In this case, it's going to be the same ID as this one here. So I'm going to copy this right to this link here. We want to delete or edit this particular ID. And then we'll put here the same edit here. I'm going to duplicate this line, Control Alt down again, and this will be going to the delete. We're going to delete 1 record at a time, so we need the ID as well, and delete. All right, so I think that should be it for this one. And space here, you can do again. You can format it with CSS and things like that if you want to. It's fine. So let's see what it looks like. Refresh. Perfect. So again, you can make it into button type. Looks like this. If you want that, I think that might be a little bit better. So I like to do clean stuff. Sorry, guys. So let's go ahead and add a class, just like the one above. BTN, maybe BTN small. I think things like that. And then we'll put here BTN. Put primary. Call it secondary, the gray one. I'll copy this and put it right to the next one here. Let me close this, has some space. And I will call this is the delete. So let's use the danger for red. All right, so put margin here, maybe just, I don't know, really tiny margin again, 2. Okay, see what happens. and refresh. Okay, that's, yeah, I'm not gonna play with it. You can make some changes if you want, but it's good enough for now. I'll fix it later, but I just want to make sure it's functional. So again, when we do a delete, it's gonna go to the delete tab and get the ID here, and then the same thing for the edit as well. Okay, right, and now let's go and do the add here. It's quite simple. And we use the same form as the contact. And we're gonna just make some changes in here, right? So let's go to the code again. And now I'm gonna duplicate the contact form right here. Copy and paste, and we'll rename it to add.blade.php. In here, I'll keep this as is. The title will be that one there. This is the name. It will not be full name, but we'll just say project name, or just name should be understood because we're dealing with project. Here will be the description. And then this is, description will be a text area as opposed to a input. Okay. And then down here is the actual URL. So we'll move things around. Okay, so I'm going to copy and paste this around just to make sure it's easier to type. And then this is the not message, but this is the description. Okay, and the name is good, so we are good to go. All right, and let's see what that looks like. Also, the form should be going to the add. Okay, the same link as the post. All right, so that's good. Let's go and review the page. Portfolio, add, and snap out. Okay, that's good. I did not create the URL yet, but let's go into the web and then add a new form over here. So this is the get. I'm going to go up here and we'll use just one of these. This one will be fine. It's just a very simple view. So let's put here, this is the add. Yeah, so this is for the get only. And we also want to do a post. So I'm going to copy this one here. Maybe this one here. Okay, this one here looks good. Looks very similar to this contact. And I'll put right in here. This is for the add, right? Coming back from the form. So we better the name. This is going to be the description. And this is the URL. So this is will be required. And you put here type symbol URL. So it's a URL. And these are just both just required. All right. And again, we'll do some validation here in just a minute. So I'll make sure the contact, the add one will work. So add will be go to add and say add new project. Should be the add. Okay, and then down here, just to make sure we go to the. Yeah, we'll do that later for now. All right, so let's go and see if the form loads. Refresh. Title, yeah, I didn't include that. Let's see the title for the ad. Yep, need to include here. Not ad, should say title, wrong place. All right, that should do it. Okay, so here we go. And when you click the add submit, it's going to go and then has some errors. We already did that. That's good. And here's the thing about the URL. So the email is valid. If you do that, it's all invalid. The email, so the URL had to be like HTTP. I mean, just like that, very simple. It will take it if you just include that. Okay, so let's go back and process some data. Now, when the data comes back, as opposed to the add route, we're going to validate the data just like we did here. And then when this is all passive validation, we're going to create a new object and then pass it to the new or the current object, right? And then we're going to send the data, the user back to the view, which is the portfolio. So I'm going to do a redirect to the portfolio. That is the return statement. Okay, so when we add, we just need to do a new object, and then we'll create a new object and we'll pass that to the URL. Okay, so I'll do something very simple. You can create name fields if you want to, I guess. Let's do it's easier. Name is equal to, you know what, actually it's already inside the data object here. I'll just do really simple here. I'm going to push it to the project, but first you want to get it from the session just to make sure that you are using the correct project object. So you load it from the session first, get the current state, and then we're going to update this project. Right, array. You're going to push it array a new project. Okay, the project here is the project class that comes from the project class we didn't include here. It will look very similar to the data file, exactly this. So I'm going to copy this, make sure we import that in here to the very top. Anywhere here is fine. And then if you look at the bottom, how we do this, exactly same as this. So basically, exactly this one. I'm going to copy this and put it right in here where we create a new project. Okay, and here's I use the data because it's the same variable name, right? So as you can see, this is the name, description, and so forth. Only thing is that we do not have the ID. So when we create a project, you can include the ID field. But for my example, I'm just going to randomize the ID. So before I do this, I'm going to add an ID variable here. You can do that here, or just add right in here is fine. Okay, I'll use the random function, rand, and any ID between, let's say, I don't know, 1,000 up to 9999. Okay, so in a random variable for the ID, and that should be good. So once you push that to the new project, we then also need to set the session again, right? So we need to update the session of the project to this new updated project. Okay, and then we redirect to the portfolio page. And okay, so that should do it. Let's save and see if this works. All right, so I'm going to go and just start fresh, add new project, give here website 1. It shouldn't say email, it should say a description. I'll fix that. Just say simple website. Link is http site1.com. Okay, submit. All is good. Now you can see that it's been added to the list here. If I navigate out of that and come back, it is now retained because again, the session is extremely important. All right. So let's change this to it's a description as opposed to email, and then we're done with this add. So it would say description. Okay, perfect. So that wasn't too bad. Now the next one is going to be the edit. This is a little bit challenging, but it was very similar to the add form here, all right? Because when you do an edit, you want to pre-fill the form. So I'll use the same form as an add, copy that and duplicate it, and then rename it to say edit blade.php. Now it's the same, exactly same form. What we will need to do is we need to populate these with the information, right? So in here, I'm going to include the value equal to, and then I'm going to pass in a variable called project, just a single project, and we pass it the ID, the name into this particular field. Okay, so the same for the other ones. The text area, it needs to go right in between the text here and not in the value. This would be the description. And then we'll do one more for the URL down here. And that should be it. Of course, what if you don't have the correct information, right? So you want to show only this if it's valid, right? If there's no data in this particular project, then you shouldn't be showing anything at all. So in the very top here, you can put another if directive, say something like, if there is a project, if the project does exist, just like that. If so, then go ahead and run this form. Let me collapse this, show the form. Otherwise, down here, right? Otherwise, and then maybe put a message here, P, just say invalid ID or something, okay? And we'll put a CSS here, text danger, or you can put alert. I think alert danger is fine. Alert danger. So it has a button type. All right, so save this one for now, and then let's go to the web and let's create our edit. Now the edit will be kind of similar to the add, so I'm going to duplicate. No, I can't because I need to do some processing. So let me copy this right in here. We'll close this just in case. Okay, so when you edit, it's going to be a get. The edit, we pass in an ID. We'll make that as required. We need the request. I don't need a request actually. I just need the ID of type int. If you leave it out, just ID is fine. I'll leave it int so I know that I'm requiring an integer. If it's not, then it's going to be rejected. Okay, so when you edit, what do we need to do? We need to find the ID in the projects list. So again, the first thing is going to get the session, project from the session. And you can write a function to do this for you, so you don't have to do this every time, but for now, I'll just do this manually. Okay, I got my project session, and then all I need to do is I'm going to loop through this project and find it, right? So either I find it or I don't. So I'll set a project variable. Initially, I put set it to null, and then down here I'm going to return it to the edit page. So it would be return view the edit template, and the data will be just like the other one. Title is equal to the update project. I'm also going to pass in the project object. Okay, so that's what I need. Now let's find this project here. I'm going to do a loop. So for each of the projects, as project, or just call it P. I'm going to confuse with the project up there. I'm going to find if the P of the ID matches this ID. If that is true, once I found that, then I'm going to set the project to that, right? Set it to P, and it will break out of that. So very simple, just to find it in the array, and then that's good. So that's going to go to the view and get that. When the data comes back, I'm going to do something similar. So it would be similar to the post right here. I'm going to copy the post, and we'll make this as the post for the edit. Okay. So this would say edit, and yeah, we'll keep the same ID as well, just like the other one. And then I need the request, I do now, and also need the ID because I need to find it, right? And we'll update this in a minute. So when the data comes back, I need to validate it exactly just like this, which is good. And then load the session of the project. Okay, and then I'm not going to create a new project though, because I'm just going to update an existing project right in here. And this will be the same, right? So what I need to do is search for that project again. I don't want to do a for each because I need to know the index position. The idea here is to remove, to edit I guess, yeah, for each is fine. So once you find the project, update it. Okay, yeah. So for each is fine. So for each here, project as project, and then same thing. If project of the ID is equal to the ID, ID, then we're going to assign the yeah, so the current project name is equal to the data of name. Okay, so you get the idea. Duplicate this, and this is the description. I'll copy this, make sure I don't mistype my code. Sometimes better this way. Okay, so I updated my data, and I'm going to break out this loop. I'm done here. And then I push it back, updated my projects variable, and then I redirect back to the user, which is the portfolio, and that's it. Okay, it's for editing. Here, we'll see if this is true, right? So let's go back to the view and check it out. So go here. I'm going to do the edit the bottom here, edit. Okay, so you can see it looks fine. I'm going to change it to a project 2 and site 2, and I put here site 2 just in case. Submit, and you can see that now it's been, as you can see, we did not, actually it's an error because we should not add it. It should be just updating to a new project at the current project. So we made a mistake here, and let's see why in the code. Probably a tiny error. Should be a post, go to the edit, and what do we do here? Let's see, the session. We got that right for each project. And here we match the ID. Once you match the ID, we'll update the name, description, and then we set the session back to the projects, and we direct to the user. Okay, so the edit here, maybe because we did not include the ID in this field. Let's go back to the edit form here. Yeah, it's going to the wrong place. I forgot to update this one here. Okay, it should say edit, and then we'll pass in the project ID. All right, it was going to the wrong place. Okay, perfect. So let's save this again and go and try one more time. I'm going to go and do the last one, edit, and we'll change it to project 5 and submit. And there you go. Perfect. Okay, so now let's do the delete. It should be very simple. When we click at delete, it's going to go and do the delete operation. And we don't need a view for this, just very simple delete. So back to the web here. Delete will be, you can do right above here. It will be similar to the get ID here. I'm going to copy this. I will put right above here or delete. Delete, it would say delete. Okay, we do need the ID. Here, I don't need the request. I'm not going to from the form. So I need to load the session variable and search in the ID. So in this case, I need to know the exact index position so I can splice it. Remember, the project is an array of objects, right? So all we need to do is really just find it and then delete it. So therefore, I'm not going to use this one. It'll be a regular for loop. I of the index starting from 0 is less than the count of the projects. And then we'll just write plus plus. Okay, so in here, if you find a match, if the projects of I is equal to this ID, I of ID, sorry, equal to the ID, which that means we found it. We're going to go ahead and delete that. So we're going to do an array splice. The reason why I use a splice is because it will reindex your entire array once it's been removed. So the array name is going to be the projects. Position is at the ith position, and we just need to delete one record. And then we break out of that. And then once that's done, then again, I'm going to copy this again. Okay, so same thing. We need to copy the session, update the session, and then redirect back to the user, which is in this case, back to the portfolio page. So that is our simple delete. So I actually don't need this project here. We're just basically updating the current project. Okay, so let's go and take a look and see if this works. Go back to portfolio, go delete the last one. Okay, all right, so something's not right. I didn't do the delete URL yet. Yeah, so let's do that first. Delete URL, delete. No, not delete, I'm sorry, it should be just get. Okay, we're not using a form, by the way. If you are using the form, then you do need to go to the delete. Okay, so there's a difference there, especially if you have not a form, but using like a an AJAX call. Okay, we'll create the API maybe later. But for now, just a simple get request, and we're going to match the ID and then do the processing. Okay, so that should fix it. Let's refresh the page. A delete, and it should take us right back to the page here. You can see it's been removed here. So if I delete all of them, okay, so it looks just fine. And what happens when I delete all of them? Okay, so it comes back again. For some reason, everything comes back, and that shouldn't be the case, right? So if that's the case, then once it's all deleted, we're going to remove that from the URL. I mean, to clear the list. So we want to say something like, in the portfolio here, if the project exists, then we show this. Otherwise, like before, if there's no project, check it again. If projects, then go ahead and show the table. Otherwise, here another P message again in class of alert. Just call it maybe primary, just blue, and then we'll put it. You know what? Maybe not the alert anymore. Just plain text, just text primary, and then we'll put here no data, no projects to show. Okay, so save this now, and let's try one more time. So portfolio, and let's see, home, contact, project. Okay, let's do delete. And somehow that's not working, so something is not right there. Let's take it out and see why. So back in our code, I'm thinking maybe because we just didn't include a cache or something. Yeah, let's clear our cache and just make sure it's working. I couldn't figure out anything in my code that's not correct. So let's again clear the cache, and let's do it again. So let's start from fresh, portfolio, delete. Okay, so there we go. And once we delete all of them, we get the message. Yeah, somehow it's still loading because once we load the message, if we go back to the portfolio page, it actually re-updated the actual data. So that's why it's not being deleted, which I think is fine. But let's see. Okay, let's look at one last time and then we will close this video. So when we load the portfolio down here, and this is what happens because we used the project here, right? So the session actually destroyed, but then we already used this default project. That's why it's always loaded in this case. So now I'm going to just remove this. Okay, so the project would be empty and in here. And instead of doing this way, I'm going to go up here and put project as null. It's either null or has something, right? And that should fix the error. if I'm not mistaken. Let's give it a try. So again, refresh, remove all the projects. And now we should say the message is now gone. Okay, so perfect. And that's all for this video. And the next video, we're going to go look at the controller and maybe do some database design as well. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Hello, this is Christian. Welcome. In this episode, we're going to focus on the controller. Before we go there, though, I just want to spend maybe a minute or two just to go over this MVC model. If you are already familiar with this, you can skip ahead. But here is the model that you might see in hundreds or thousands of times already about the MVC. I put here a diagram to show you also the relationship between the client and the server. So this gray bar line here represents the boundary between the client side and the server side. Now the client side in this case is just basically the web browser, and then the server side is what it is inside this blue box here. Okay, and then behind that you have another server, which is a data source, because this data source could be another database, which is in itself an own separate server, or it could be from another data source outside of this server. Okay, of course the MVC model here is what I have here is I put it on the server side, but it doesn't have to be. Because I'm representing the Laravel model, so it's a server-side framework as I put it here. But really, this could also be on the front end as well. Like Angular, for example, it's an MVC model on the client side only. So just focus on the model here as opposed to what is server and client side. Okay, so here are the three major components of the MVC model. We looked at the model already. We created a very simple model called projects. Even though the projects data is not actually a database system source, it's still a model because we created a class called project that actually stores or represents the shape of our data, right? So that's pretty typical for that to be developed that way. And then we have the view. We created lots of views already, and the job of the view is really to render content to the browser. That's mainly its job. But you will see that there is like a push and pull system going on between the model and the view here, where sometimes the model can actually push some data if there's a state change of some sort to the view to render, and the view can also do a pull of the model and use that as well. Okay, but usually its job is mainly just to render data. Okay, so over here the controller. The controller is where all the logic happens, all the we call the actions, right? All the processing going on inside the controller. And then it will then either make some state change to your data source if it requires it, or it may not require it. It doesn't really matter. And its job is also to select a view to render to the browser. Okay, so that's basically what a controller does. And so right now we haven't created a controller yet. It's there. We haven't used it yet. All the code that we've been created so far are actually inside the router file called web.php. So now we're going to move those out to the controller area so that our code are more siloed into their own specific area. Okay, so we can maintain them easily, we can debug them easily, and also the file is not really bloated. So the router should be responsible for just routing information, routing process or request in this matter to the controller. Controller is responsible for doing anything what's to do in the process here, and then it needs to select the correct view, and then the view is going to render that to the browser. Okay, so here we go again. We have the request coming in, and then the response going out. Okay, so let's go and see what we can do with our program. So yeah, again, make sure your app is running. All right, so I want to be sure that it's still running over here. Okay, so this is the view, right? And we're going to move these actions to a controller. So this one here is the portfolio page. I'll leave this as is, but when we add a new project, right, I want to move that to the controller. And when we also do the edit, I also want to move that to the controller, and send the word the delete as well. So all these CRUD operations is going to be moved out to its own place. And we have a really simple projects here only. So usually when you have a feature or a group of features on your website, you move those out into the own area, and we call those controllers, right? So if you are familiar with the .NET, ASP.NET framework, you will see that this is very, very similar to that. Okay, so let's go and I'll leave this running. Open another terminal here. I'm going to use it. Okay, now if you go in here, so notice in the routes, our web file. Let me close it for now. As you can see, that has a lot of actions here. This is called actions, by the way, and also these are routes, right? Routes, but they also perform actions. Actions are these. These are actions, and it's really very messy. If you look at it, it's very messy. It's really hard to find. I even had a hard time looking for this as well. So this is not really clean. We want to move all these out into their own area. Okay, so here in the controller, which is found in the app folder, HTTP controllers. All right, there is one file which is the base class that all the controllers should extend. All right, so we're not going to touch this file, but we're going to create a controller class in here. And usually by convention, we will use the name of the file called user controller, main controller. In our case, I'll call it project controller. Okay, you can create the file manually yourself, which is okay, but it's not recommended because there's a shortcut for that, right? So if you go to the terminal over here and the command terminal, we're going to use the PHP artisan command to create a controller. So PHP artisan make :controller and then space will give the name of the controller. So ours we're going to be called project controller. Okay, I want to show you this now as is, and I will show you another method. Okay, so hit enter, and it's going to create a class or file called project controller. You can see if you open that up, it has this already added for us by default. So we just go ahead and add all the events in here. Okay, so you see this is a blank control class. I showed you another one here. If you go and then do a very simple one, we call it maybe let's see, test controller. Okay, and put a flag called --resource. Hit enter. Okay, now we have another file called test controller, but look what you see in here. Check this out, right? You have an index action. Index will be like the home page. You have a create, okay, for adding new data. You have a store, it's kind of similar as store data. You have a show, is a get. And here is an edit for update. And also the update here, same thing, one of the other one. This could be, the actually for the post, this is the get for the update, okay? And then we have a destroy for delete. So you have actually what's called a CRUD operations already created for you in here, ready to go if you want to go ahead and use these same functions. Really neat, huh? So ours will be kind of similar, except we call it a different name. Okay, so you can keep this and recreate the controller for the project control and do that, or we can manually do ourselves. Okay, so I'm going to do manual because we have already created the functions, and so I'm going to delete this one here, not too confusing ourselves. But I just want to show you that you can do that by generating that for us, because it's very common when we do CRUD operations. All right, so in the controller, what happens in here? What kind of events? All these should be related to the project feature. Okay, so if you look at the web file, like over here, okay, I'm going to move basically the add, delete, right, or the edit, two edits here, and we'll figure out which one to use. Maybe we'll change a little bit here, and the add here as well, and then there's a yeah, that's it. This one here we'll leave it here because it's not, it is a get, but I'll leave it here for now. But you can also move it, that's fine. So let's go up here and do something here very quick. All right, so the get, where is it at? Okay, let's move the add here. Okay, the add here, as you can see, is really simple. I'm going to copy this, okay, for now, and let me do this so you can see a little better. Okay, so I'm going to copy the add and move over here. I will copy and clean it later. Okay, my add, the delete, this one as well. Move over here, and then the edit. Over here. It's another edit. This is a post, by the way, but that's fine. We'll put it over here. And then there is, that's the post, that's the update. And this is the add as well. This is the add, but then we add some data. The other one, we just show the form, right? So the add goes in here as well. And then I think that's, yeah, that's it. There's a delete somewhere. We already got it. Yeah, we're missing the delete. I probably missed it somewhere. Where is the delete? Okay, right here. So I need the delete as well. Oh, I actually got it. Yeah, I missed. I just right here. Duh. Okay. All right. So over here, now let's go and handle this first, right? And let me close this for now. Okay, so we're going to create a function here called add. Okay, and what you can do is you can do this. Just to actually, yeah, a little bit different because the way I have it here, it would be a function. So I'll just put here a shortcut, fun, okay, and hit tab. And then just put here tab over. This is going to be called an add. And we don't need anything to go with the add, so no parameters. And then whatever goes in here actually goes in between here. So this is a little different here. So I'm going to basically return, not this one, I use a return here. Okay, so return statement here for the function here. And it's going to return to the add. And then the title will be just replace that with this right here. And then I can remove this add. Okay, so that is our add feature, right? Now this is the get. So the get here, as you can see, it's already a function. So basically we're going to remove this, okay, replace that with the word public. And then the name of the function is called, what do we call? Okay, delete. Okay, so this is the delete one. So we put here function delete, we need the ID, and then we just remove the two tags over here and we're done. This is the delete function, as you can see. And then this one here is the edit. Okay, so the same thing. Remove that, replace with public, and this function called edit. And this edit function returns the view only. So notice we did not use a request. There are two edits here, right? This is coming from the form. This is just a get feature, right? A get request will just basically render to the view. So we can change this to a different function. Maybe instead of edit, we'll say, we'll put like a show edit form. I use a different function for that, all right? And then, so that, yeah, that's all it does. Okay, so the next one here is the edit. So this is the actual edit. So you can use like edit, and then maybe this is called update, right? Like the one example we saw earlier, but it's not entirely up to you. I'll keep it just like that. And this one here will be, this is the edit. And it does take the request and ID. Everything here stays the same. We just basically remove the last two characters here. Okay, so you can see, let me make this a little bit cleaner. And then here, this is the add. So again, this one here takes the request. It's coming from the data source as opposed to the first one, right? The first one here, we just basically show the add form. So I want to change this to say show add form instead, because we're not, processing the form yet. And so down the bottom, then this is the actual add function. So I'm going to change this to say, and then we just remove the last two characters, and now we're done. So one problem here is the project, right? Remember, this project is coming from the model, so we need to import that in. And all you have to do is put mouse over that, control spacebar, and select from add models. Once you do that, though, it does make some change in your variable, so make sure you change it back to say project. And if you do that correctly at the very top, you're going to see that it's imported the app models project class for us to use it. Okay, perfect. So everything looks good here. No error, no marks here. Looks good. So save this file. Now we need to go and then over here handle the routes. Okay, so now we're not going to use this anymore. All we have to do is that when we come to this link add, we're going to render that using the controller to handle it. And the syntax to do that is this. So this part stays the same. We're going to use instead of a view, I'm going to change this to a get, okay? A get, the add function. And this part here is now the controller part. Controller, you put into an array like this, and the name of the controller is called project controller, colon class. Okay, so the first parameter is the class. The second is a string of the name of that action. We call it show add form. So really, this is the name of the function that will run when we navigate to this add URL. Okay, the controller should have been imported automatically. If it did not, make sure you import that up here as well. All right, so that is going to be what our routes will look like. Now I'm going to go ahead and duplicate this a few times. Just hold down here and copy Alt Shift and then down arrow a couple of times. Edit, delete, maybe a couple of those. Okay, so the delete is this guy right here. I'm going to copy this URL, make it and put it right here. Okay. Yeah, and then that is going to go to a function called delete. Right? So we got that, and I can close this. I comment this up for now so I can see what's going on. All right, so we got that one there. The other one is the edit right here. This is the get. So it's going to be right here, and it's going to go to the show edit form. Okay, we're not processing. It's a get request, so that we can turn this off. And then this is the post for the edit. This one here is the actual data, right? So we need to go and then put here the same thing. This is going to go to the edit function. But then we want to change this to a post and not a get. Okay. And then finally, this is the post for the add. And then the add is going to go to just say add function, right? So these are the CRUD operations for that. And so now, we can then, let's move this to maybe the top or the bottom. Doesn't matter, I guess. Maybe it'll move to the bottom because it's, yeah, let's put it right above the get here. Okay, right here. And then I can turn this off. Well, this contact, that's part of that controller. The add here, I don't need it. I'm going to delete it. Okay, you just delete it. Don't need that one there anymore. The edit, I don't need that anymore. The get and edit, so this can be deleted. Okay, so I think that's pretty much it. These are for the other ones, right? And these are the other one as well. So you can see here that these 5 links are going to the controller called project controller. And if you save it now, if everything works correctly, it should still work. So let's give it a try, right? We never know. Okay, so let's go to the browser and see what happens. If it crashes, it will let us know right away. So portfolio here looks okay. If I go to the add project, as you can see, it worked just fine. If I go and do a edit, right, work just fine. And if I do a delete, it should still work just fine. Perfect. Okay. Now, how do I know if it's really working or not? Well, you saw we made some changes. So if I go back and change the add to something else, let's say that in the add here, if I put add with another D, right? If it doesn't work, it should not go here and it should fail in the add. If I go and refresh my page, go to add, as you can see, it failed. It's not found because it's not located. If I put another D here, you will see that it comes back up. Okay, so we know that it's working and working beautifully. Now, so this is okay. As you can see, we moved everything out already, and it's good as is. Okay, now I want to do one more thing here. We learned about prefix previous in one of the previous videos, where I want to change the URL to, usually you call it API or something like that, but I wanted to show so that URL will go to something like, project/projects/add, project/delete, and so forth. So this is going to be the prefix. Okay, so remember to do that, we can group this together inside one particular a prefix or a group, right? And we can do that by just, creating a route, call it prefix. We give it a name with the prefix, and I want to call it projects. Don't put any any other character, just like that. It will add the / automatically for us. And it's going to be called another function called group. And this group here takes a callback function. And then inside this callback function is where we're going to move all of these in there. So just drag all these inside the group function, and then make sure you terminate that statements and fix that a little bit. And now they are now prefixed with the projects for all these links here. Once we do this, though, we have to make some changes to our code. But I do want to show you that it should work like this. Okay, and it's pretty cool because, I'll show you in a minute. So now if I go to portfolio here, if I try to go to the add new project, you will see that now it's no longer works because the URL, it says add. But if you type in the projects /add, right, comes right back. So you can see I can group these actions under the project's prefix. Okay, so that means the link needs to be modified. If you hover over that, down the bottom, you see it just says /add. I want to say /project adds, and same thing with the edit. So you can see that if I do edit, it's not going to find it because we changed the URL. And not only that, the logo here, it doesn't work anymore, right? If you saw earlier that this is not working because of the URL here, and when you display images, I'll show you why. You should use the URL or the asset function to prevent this from happening. Okay, so let's go back and do some fixes. The first thing I want to do is I'm going to create a variable, okay, right here. I'll call it prefix. Set it to projects. And then I'm going to replace this with the variable prefix. Okay. And then I also need this. And when I create a portfolio, I need to add that down here. So I'm going to add it as a third parameter here called prefix. Point to that variable. I need to use it. So in the function here, you have to put here use prefix. Okay, so now I can then use this prefix in the portfolio template. If you go to the resources and the portfolio right here, open that. Now the add function, add link right here, it needs to say, right, project. I don't want to come here and do, project like this. What if I change it in the future, right? I don't want that. So that's why I use the prefix. So therefore, I put here the prefix. If I change the prefix to something else, it automatically updates these. If I remove the prefix, change it to an empty statement or empty string, then I'll go back to where it was before. So really, really useful. I'm going to copy this and do the same thing down here for the other two links, which is the edit and then the delete as well. Okay, so that's good here. Perfect. So save that. And then now I also want to do one thing for the edit as well. The edit here, even the add also. Now with the add, remember when we take the action goes to the /add, it's not going to find that, right? So you can also do this with the prefix, but then you have to add the prefix to this page, right? So instead of doing this way, I'm going to the same add link anyway. So instead of doing this way, I'm going to do just very simple using the PHP super global called server, and then call the PHP self. It loads itself. Okay, so basically that's what it does. I'll do the same thing with the edit as well. So go here. I think here it looks good. The edit form, same thing right here. Okay, so instead of edit here, I'm going to the same place. So let's put that inside here. And I'm including the ID also. So that means I can merge these together and just use the dot, right? And join them together. And it's going to say the current file, whatever that is, /ID. Okay, really simple fix. Okay, it looks good here. Let's see what that looks like. And let's go to the browser and make sure it still works. So let's refresh the page here. If I go to the add, and there it is. Now, as you can see, the URL changes. If I look at the source view as well, you will see that the action is also changed to the correct place, right? Index /projects /add. Perfect. Okay. So if I add a new project here, call it web 2, and my interactive page, and then http web2.com. Click submit, and boom, there it is right there. Okay. Now, if I do the edit, if you notice on the bottom left, URL also changes to the edit. If I edit that, as you can see, it loads correctly. And if you look at the source view for the action, you will see that it changes to that, right? It's project/edit, and here's the ID for that. Okay. So let's see if this is correct. I'm going to go ahead and make it to project 24, and then hit submit, and there it is. No, we did not change yet, so somehow we didn't process that correctly yet. Didn't update that. Okay, let's see if the delete works though. Let's delete, and there it is. And let's delete them all. Let's make sure that it still does work, and boom. All right. So now if I go and clear, remember if we do the clear, I have to go to /c. See here. Okay, everything comes back here. Okay, now one more thing I want to show you. If you do the edit, right? Now that works fine because we find it. What if I change it to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Not found, right? So everything is still good, just as is. Okay, so now let's see why the add was not working. And I think we're pretty much done with this one here. So in the add form, when we load the add, it goes to the controller, and the add comes in here. So the edit here, the add, okay. I think that looks okay. So I mean, not the add, I think it was the edit, right? The edit, yeah, I think it looks fine. We didn't make any changes, so it should not be here. But I want to show, maybe it's in here somewhere. We'll see. Hey, I noticed something that when we look at the view, the source view over here, right, and the edit, right, and the edit here, you see right here, it's kind of small. The URL has, we duplicated the ID here twice, so it's not going to find that ID when we process it. It should just be the 644 here. And I know why that happens because I wasn't aware of it, but if you remember, like in the code here, when we do this, the PHP itself here, that includes the part of the URL already, right? So I don't need to include the ID again. If I do that, I'm adding it twice. That's what happens. So I don't really need that. Just get the self, and whatever that URL is going to take that same URL. Okay, so that, I think that's what the issue was. So save that, and let's go to the page again and see if we can fix the issue. All right, so let's close this and load the page again, make it smaller. And let's edit the first one. Okay, looks good. So this is the URL. If I do a source view again, okay, so perfect. Now you see that the index is going to the right place and the edit ID number is correct. So now it should work. Okay, if I change it to personal site 2, and we'll just put here something like that, it doesn't really matter, and submit, and there it is. Perfect. All right, so that is basically how you use controller to control your actions. So again, controller, these are called actions. Basically just a function that does the processing here. Remember, the controller is responsible for fetching data, right? Make changes to a state, which we did make state changes. You can see right here, when we do this, we make state changes, we save them, and we're responsible for selecting which view to render to the view. Okay, so that's done. Now, why don't you go ahead and see if you can create one to move all these functions, all these actions here to another controller, right? So maybe all of these can be grouped into a controller called main controller or home controller, and it will perform all these actions so that it's not, all reside in this web file. And then you can move all of that out. So the only files that you have, well, only function you have here are maybe the clear function and maybe the fallback function. The rest will be in the controller, and you can use a prefix, but you don't have to, but you can group something to look something like this. Now here is the power of the prefix here. So notice the project is something like that. If I remove it back, if we just do that, right? Delete it and save it. Watch what happens when I go back to the page. If I go refresh the page here, notice if I go to the add, boom, you see that the URL has now been changed back to normal, and it should still work just fine. ABC, add test, HTTP, abc.com. Okay. And everything works beautifully just like before. I can edit it. I can, as you can see, delete it and so forth. So very powerful feature, and that is what the prefix is used for. Okay, well, any questions, please put in a comment or let me know. Otherwise, I will see you in the next video. Hello, this is Christian. In this video, we're going to create some databases for our program. This is the one that we've been working so far. This is the data set that we're going to add to our database. Right now, it's just coming from the RAM data, so I'm going to create it using MySQL and maybe SQLite. Okay, so traditionally, when you create databases for your program, you will go what's called the data first approach. That means that you're going to go here. I'm going to use MySQL here, for example, and launch my database system, and then I will create my database here, all the structure of the tables first, and then I go to my program and do the connection and so forth, right? So that approach is still being used, of course, that's fine. But Laravel gives you the other way around. You can do what's called the code first approach, and this is also very common in most, full-fledged frameworks like Django, and also like in the .NET or ASP.NET and VC does that as well, using the entity framework. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is just basically create a database first. And there are ways as well we can create a database programmatically in Laravel, but for this one here, we're going to do it just this way. So the database name is going to call Laravel, and just create that. That's all we need to get it started. The tables will be created, and all this data also be created automatically or programmatically. Okay, so now back in the program here, now you can see that inside the database folder here, there is a folder called migrations. Inside the migrations folder are 4 files provided by default when you create your project. Now these are the dates that these migration files were created. You can see, so back in 2014 and 2019 and so forth. Now each of these files, as you can see, has a really structured naming convention. The year is the day that the file was created, and then the file name is, of course, underscore create users table, create password resets table, and so forth, right? If you open that first one here, you will see that there's a class that extends the migration class, and then in here is 2 functions. One is called up, one is down. Okay, the down, as you can see, it just means that it's going to drop this database table if it exists. So it recreates everything new again. That's what you do. The up here, it just means you're going to create your table. And the table is called users, which is why the naming convention is also followed the same way. Create a users table. And then the table here is referred to the table object that allows you to create these data fields programmatically. And these will be converted to like SQL command, and they'll be converted to actually creating the actual table. Okay, so here you can see that it's about 2, 4, 6, 7 files. Maybe it's going to add a few more. It depends wherever these are being called. So I'm expecting when I'm going to run the migration to run all of these files, 1 table for users, 1 table for password resets, 1 for jobs, failed jobs, and 1 for personal access tokens. Okay, so let's go ahead and check the environment first. The .env here, it tells you that by default, this is the default database connection. Okay, this is the type I want to use, MySQL. The host is correct, the port number default. The database is called Laravel, which I named that Laravel as well. If you want to change it to something else, make sure it matches this database name. The user is root and password is none. This is just a local setup. So if you are using, actual username and passwords, make sure they actually match here. The credential must be matched, otherwise it will fail. Okay, so that's all I need here for this one here. Now let's go to the command terminal here, and we are going to run these migrations here. So I'm going to leave this running. Open a new terminal here, go to my project, and then here is where I'm going to type all those commands. Okay, if you want to run each of these individual files manually yourself, that's fine. You just have to type the whole name here. but I'm going to run everything in the migration to show you what's going on over here. Okay, so do that by issuing the artisan command called migrate, and that's it. Migrate here will run everything in the migrations folder. In this case, 4 files. Just hit enter. And if all goes well, you can see that it's migrating and it has been migrated. So you can also check the status of this by typing the same command here and then just put colon status. It will tell you if there's any failure or if there's any file has not been run. It will tell you right here. As you can see, all these 4 files have been migrated, been processed. And then now if you go to the database file or page, now if you refresh the page, you're going to see that Laravel is now populated with 5 tables. Okay, the one that we saw earlier. This one we didn't see, but it's been created automatically also by the migration class. So this will always be here. But the users table you can see here has been created. The structure, as you can see, has been created for you as well, with the ID as the primary key. And this is a foreign key, and so forth, right? Perfect. Even all the data types here, whether these are has any default values, whether they are null or non-nullable, all set up here again from the code. Same thing for these guys over here as well. Okay, now we don't see all the actual data, but you will do that in the next phase where we'll be seeding this data, this table with actual data. Okay, so pretty cool, huh? And then the advantage of this is that, of course, you can, export the statements and send that to other users, or if they have your code, they just run that automatically in the command terminal, and the other developers also have a copy of your database as well. Perfect. Okay, so now let's undo this. There is a function called reset, few of them, migrate, and then reset. This will undo what we just did, roll everything back, delete all the tables, and so forth. Okay, so if you do that, go back, you can see that all the tables should have been removed except migrations, right? You need that one there just to track your migration process in here. Okay, so now let's go ahead and create a table for our projects, and we're going to fill these data programmatically to the table in the MySQL database here. All right. Okay, now we're going to do everything here just in the command terminal until we do the actual coding. But let's go here. And so to do that, we're going to create a migration file that will look kind of similar to this here. So PHP artisan migrate, no, I say make migration, okay, and then the name of that migration file. Of course, you're not going to put the date here. The date will be stamped automatically by Laravel. So I'm going to call it. If you just call something like, for example, if you put users like that, okay, or users like this, if you hit enter, now you're going to get a migration file called users. You can see here, but inside here you can see that it has, just the skeleton for us, right? Just the up and down. Nothing is filled in here yet, which is okay if you want to do this way. Then you will have to go in and do the schema, or you can copy, copy this and put it in there, and then make the changes if you want. Or you can let Artisan do the job for you. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and delete this again. Don't want that. And I'm just going to go up arrow, make a shortcut, and I'm going to call here the same function with the same name. If you follow this convention, it says create. That means go ahead and create a schema using a table name projects. Okay, and then followed by table. Okay, so whatever is between the create and table will be the name of your table. If you have multiple names, maybe project, ABC, and then table, then you're going to see a table name projects ABC. Okay, but ours is just called projects, so we call it projects. And then you hit enter, you're going to get something very similar to what we saw here. If you open the file up, you're going to see that it's pre-populated for you with some 2 default data set here. Of course, it's not what you want, but at least it has this thing already set up. We can easily go back and then just make some changes. All right, so now let's close this for now and let's fill this up. And so I'm going to open this for now, open the inside our app, if you remember inside the data, not app, sorry, inside the routes, the data files, the data file here, right? So we have 4 fields: ID, name, description, and URL. Now this ID, as you can see, you can set it so that it's auto increment. For my IDs, I'm going to make it so that it's not auto increment. I'm going to randomize this data myself. Okay, so name, description, and URL. So over here, I'm going to change this to say, if you just leave the ID like this, that means it's going to be an auto increment and primary key. I want this to be a string. So to do that, you put here the string. Oh, no, actually not string, an integer. And then the name of that field is called ID. Okay, if you want this to be unique, then you can call the unique function like this. And now it's unique. Okay, so that's that one there. I don't need a timestamp, so I'm going to change this to say string that contains the field called name, the project name. Okay, and if you don't just leave it as is, then that's pretty standard. And then the next one here is going to be table string as well. It's called the description. And then we'll do one more. I'm just going to duplicate this. Do that. And then this is a URL. And that is the structure for my table. If I run this, it's going to create that for me. All right. So let's save this and go to the terminal. And now we're going to run a migration. Of course, I don't want to run a migration like I did earlier. If you just do that, it's going to run everything again. I don't want that. I want only that file. So you can either, type the whole file yourself, which is a lot of typing to do, or the easier way out is move this into a directory. So let's say that I want to move this into a directory called projects. Okay, so move this file into that projects directory. Now it's in there. Okay, so when I do the migration down here in the terminal, I can do something like this. I can say migrate only the file inside its path, inside the database folder, migrations folder, then the projects folder. Okay, everything in that project is on one file. So that's how I can avoid the other ones. So hit enter, hopefully it will run. And here we go. Everything looks good. Now let's go to the php-admin over here, refresh, and there is our projects folder. Table. Click on the structure, and here they are. Okay. So actually, it automatically set as a primary key, which is okay, but it is not auto increment. It's gonna let me do some randomization here. So far, so good. Right. So the next thing is we're going to go ahead and seed this table with the data from our site. Of course, I'm not going to do that from the site. We'll do everything again in the terminal. So now, how do we do this? Inside here, the database folder, there is a seeders folder. And again, here, there's a function or class called database seeder. Inside this database seeder has a run function. And again, this is a default setup only. You can put your functions or your code in here to actually see your data. Okay, so if you run a command seed, make seed or something, then it will run all the data in here and seed your table. Okay, but instead of doing this one here, I'm going to create something similar and for my project only. So I'm going to run a command called PHP artisan make and then seed. I think that's what it is. Yeah, make seed. And then, no, that's not right. I don't remember where it is. Let's see, make seed or is it seeder? Let's look at the command terminal. So let's see, I don't remember. I think it's seed. Is it either make seed or db seed or something? So make seeder or create class. Okay, create a seeder class. Maybe that's the one. And then there's a db seed is to see the database. Okay, so you want to make the class. So it's the seeder class. Okay, perfect. Okay, all right. So here again, let's go and then clear our console, and we're gonna make a seed. So PHP artisan, and then make Cedar, and then the file name is going to be called project Cedar. Okay, just hit enter, and hopefully it will create that for us. As you can see here, as a class project file called project Cedar, and it will look similar just like the other one. Now we go ahead and put that inside here. What does it do? Well, this is where we create our database, right? How do you populate database in your program? Is through that Cedar class. So I'm going to do the following. I'm going to go over here and copy this data set, actually the whole thing here, the for loop as well, and put it inside the Cedar class right here. Okay, let me do that first. And I'll move this constant out of it because I cannot put constant inside the function. I'll move outside. This is return here in the class space. Okay, so my constant is up here available in the global space, and then inside the function run is going to be where I put the I create my database table. Okay, so in here, let me collapse this, give some space. I'm not going to need this for now. What happens in here? Okay. So in here, we do something kind of similar to just, adding to the database. So what we do is we need to run a command called db for the db class called table. This function here will actually do the insertion for us. The name of the table is called projects. Okay. And we're going to run the insert command. So insert this command is an array of our data sets. Okay, the DB, if it's not available, make sure that you do the import. So control space bar, it's going to be coming from, where's it coming from? The facade. Just hit the first one here. It says eliminate support facade DB. That's the one. So click that and just make sure it says DB, and it should be imported at the very top. Okay, so you need that to be used. All right, so now we need to insert into this table projects. And what do we need to insert? Well, I need the ID field. So this will be the ID field that will map to the, I don't want a DB ID here. It's data, I call it project data, right? That's this project data here. And then get the ID put in there, which is okay in this case, right? So I'm going to assign it with the data of ID. And then comma, the next field is the name. And that's be coming from the data name. Okay, next is description. Data description. I'll just copy both of these right here. Okay, URL, and then bam. All right, so those are the fields that will be added to the table projects when we run the Cedar. Okay, so let's save this, and I'm going to remove this one so it's not too messy. And save that. Now go back to the terminal and run that Cedar command. PHP artisan, instead of make, it's called db.seed. Okay, and if you want to see the just the file name, then you would then give it the path. I think the path, the name, or the name of the file called project Cedar. Okay, if you don't include this, you should run the seed. As you can see, nothing's going to happen. Okay, if I do that, right, it's going to run the database seed, which is this file here. Nothing in here. That's what happens. Okay, I want to run the project Cedar. So to do that, you will have to choose the class. So the dash class. And then the name of the class is called Project Cedar. Hit enter. If all goes well, as you can see very quickly, very fast. If I go back to the over here, refresh the page, and you should see that now my projects have been populated with the data from the file. Pretty cool, huh? So there we go. That's how you do it. And if you want to keep adding more data to this, you can do so in the command terminal. Just update this, we add more data to this file, and so forth here. So that is pretty much how you do it using MySQL. Very easy. Now, the neat thing about this, as you can see, is that it's quite powerful because
What if I want to change to a different database, right? For example, I want to use SQLite. All you have to do, because this is the same stuff here, similar to the PDO, right? You just have to change the database type. So here, environment, instead of saying MySQL, what if I want to use SQLite? And SQLite is very, very fast, very easy to do. I could do that by, I just need this one here. I need the database name. And I want to turn all these off. So, okay, comment all these out. This, I think, is the pound sign instead. Okay, so I'm going to look for an SQLite, and the database name will be the same. So the connection, all I do is just that, and the rest will just work just fine. All I need to do then is go to the root class here, the root folder, and create a file called Laravel.SQLite. It is just a text file, as you can see, but once you've done run a migration, it's going to convert this to a SQLite 3 database. And actually, the environment, I should call it Laravel.SQLite. Okay, it has to match the name. Okay, so you don't need port number and things like that because it will map directly to this simple file. Now, in here, I'll do exactly the same as before. Let me clear this control here. Now, if you do have SQLite installed, make sure you do so you can access it. But to run a migration, you're going to go and just go back to the previous command here, right here, migrate, right? The same file inside a projects folder, run that command. And as you can see, the SQLite is now been updated. It said it's now a binary file. You can't read it anymore. And it's an SQLite format version 3. Okay. And then now I'm going to seed this table, the table projects. I mean, just to make sure it's working, I can open another terminal over here to show you. I do have SQLite, so if you type SQLite 3, it's going to take you right into the terminal here. If you don't have it, just go install SQLite first, okay? And then if you type in databases, usually it will tell you your database. If it's not there for whatever reason, but it should be there. I'm going to open it though. I'm going to clear this, so type in shell, .shell, and then CLS to clear it. .open, and the file is called Laravel.SQLite. You're going to type it correctly though. If you type it wrong, then it's going to create a new database for you. That's all. It's not going to crash or anything. So I open that file for use. Now, if I type in .tables, enter, you can see that I have a table called projects and one called migrations, which is very similar to what you saw earlier over here in the MySQLite, migrations and projects. Okay. Now, you want to see what's inside, and then you can do the, select all from the projects folder, and you have to terminate with the semicolon. And there's nothing there because you haven't added data yet. So now let's go back and let's see this table. So again, go back to the command where we did the db seed. This is the command right here, okay? And hit enter. Now the data has been seeded. Now switch over to the SQLite and run the command again. And there it is. All the data has been added to our database SQLite and ready to use, and good to go. Okay, you can insert data here too. For example, insert into your projects folder. The values will be 555, and then the type will be app 1. The description is like my first app, and then the URL is http app1.app1.com. And then we insert that, run the command select again, and there it is, been added to our database. So there we go, and that's that. Quit that. And that's how you migrate data to a database, folks. You can use very easily. I can switch between the two here without changing anything in my code. And that is the beauty of these type of frameworks. So any questions, let me know. Otherwise, I will see you in the next video. Hi, this is Christian. Welcome back. In this episode, we're going to do the model part 2 This time we're going to render data from a database to our application. Okay, so before I start, just a little bit housekeeping here. On the portfolio page, you'll see that I fixed the buttons here to look a little bit nicer. I had an incorrect syntax for that. I also changed the color here for to make it green. Added another button here to delete all of them as opposed to a single one. Okay, so let's take a look and see what I did first before we proceed. So here is the portfolio Blade page. I added a link at the top, and basically is going to the delete as well, with no ID, by the way, as opposed to the ones we have on the bottom. We pass an ID. Okay, and so I put it here, make it a danger, and this is changed to a success, and I float that right. Okay, and then on the bottom here, it was initially incorrect. I put the word small, but it's just SM for that. And I changed, yeah, I think that's pretty basically, yeah, I changed the color to secondary and danger. That's just all I did for this one, okay? So nothing changes here. All right, so that's good to go. So here is what I did for the web route. Now, in the previous video, I asked you to go ahead and try to see if you can put this into a controller called main, and this is what I did. So I created a controller called main controller, and I moved these controllers or these functions into that controller. So the get, demo, contact, thank you, and so forth. Now, this is a special case. This is part of really of the get request that actually pull data from the database, or in this case from the data file. But so it's kind of like a bit odd to put out here because I don't want to put under the prefix of project, just in any way how you do it. But I'll leave it out here. And it is actually inside your project controller as opposed to the main controller, okay? So here is my controllers. The main controller here looks very similar to the other one. I basically, name this function here, and the operation is exactly the same. Okay, and then the project controller. As you can see, I'll leave this open. Add the portfolio in here, and just like before. Okay, so now we are going to do the database part. So that means we're not going to use the data anymore. So from this data file here, this file here, I'm not going to use this anymore to inject data. You can leave this as is, or you can remove it. That's fine, but you can leave it as is. It's okay. So now I'm going to use the models inside the models folder here. Right, we have a project model. Now this one here, the way we created was that we did it just locally here. This time we're going to use the database to do this for us. So that means I'm not going to use any of these at all. Okay, we're going to have the model class handle all the database connections and do the entire operations, including retrieve, update, delete, and things like that. It has a built-in framework already, so you don't have to do that yourself. If you want to do some additional queries, then you can run your own. But you see that most of these are already built into the system because it's so common, especially these CRUD operations. Okay, so what I need here is really an attribute that will include these fields that will be injected into the model class somewhere, and then it will be used to pull data from the database. Okay, so if you follow the one example in the user here, so the user here, as you can see, it has an attribute called fieldable. This is the one that we need to include all your data fields passed to that model. Okay, so we're not going to have the hidden fields and things like that here. If you do, you can put them here, but we're not going to use that. Just this one here. We will not use any token at all, so just the factory, that should be fine. So go back here. Then I'm going to just copy and paste it right in here. And the fields that I need are really the ID, the name, description, and then the URL. And that's it. That's all I need for this. And now the model will require the database information in order to connect it to our database. So make sure that your environment file is set to the one that we use. So I'm going to use the MySQL. So I'm going to turn off the SQLite. So I'll turn this back on, and we're going to use the database here. Okay, so make sure everything is correct. If it's not correct, and if your MySQL server is not on, then it's gonna have an error as well. So let's save this and make sure your app is running. Okay, now if you go to the site again, and as you can see, we are actually, it's already like working because we are trying to pass the fillable data to the model already. So as you can see, it has some error already. Now, also make sure that your database is working. As you can see here, this is the one we created the other time, and it has some data already pre-populated. If you don't have any data, just make sure you run the migration again and run the Cedar file to see this data with some information, or you can add it manually, doesn't matter. Okay, so now let's go and fix our information here. Since we're using the database now, this is not working anymore, right? Because we actually loading data from memory only. And this time we're trying to connect the database. Okay, so let's go back and see what we need to do in the code here. Now this part is done, so we can close this one. In the project controller, there's an error here. We'll see what that is, but we'll fix it. Okay, so here is the project. We don't have that anymore. So I'm not going to use these anymore because, again, we let the model class handle everything for us. Now, all we need to do in here in this project controller is access the project model to load the data. Now, if you go to the models file, there's a I'll show you in a minute. Inside the is it in here? I don't know where it is. Where's the model at? Let's go over here. Okay, and the models class in Eloquent model, if you click on that one there, you will see that this model file, it contains most of the things that you need. So here we go. We have the database connection, right? It does that for us. It has the function to fill. This is the one that's used to fill your database. And there is the all for a get all of the data. As you can see, the query is a star. It's like select star from all column from your database table. That's what it is. And then there is an update, as you can see, update that will update and will fail. And there is a delete and a destroy, right, with the ID. And also, yeah, others as well. Okay, so it's all in here and already included for us. So therefore, we don't have to do anything here other than just call this function to use it. Okay, so the project file, this is actually done. This is the model. We're just going to close this one here. Now, the controller is where we need to do some work. Now, when we try to load data from the portfolio, when I go to this link, what happens here? Remember, in the old way was we actually call the session variable to load the data. We pass a session or this variable here to the view to render to the view, right? So this time, we're not going to do that anymore. Okay, we're going to turn this off. And we're going to get the project still, but this time we're going to get project from the project, and then there is a function called all. Okay, this all function will return all the data from the database sets to a variable projects. We pass that to the view, and yeah, that's basically it. It's very, as you can see, it's very easy now, right? And so we got that one there. The show form, this is just a show form, so we don't need to do that. The delete with an ID. Now, this one here is also very easy. We just need to provide the following. So again, we're not going to use any of the sessions at all. Okay, all this will be turned off. We just need to pass in the ID to a delete function, right? So you would do that by calling, we need to find the ID. So you can do something like this, project. There's a function called find, find or fail, and then you pass in the ID to that function, okay? And that's it. Okay? And once it's find it, and then you need to delete it. So you would then set a variable here called project to that.
Once it found that the ID, it returns the project or the ID to this project. And then we're going to call the function call delete, and it's going to delete that from the database. Okay, and then we'll return the user back to the portfolio. And you can check the status of this project if it's true or false. But for now, I'm not gonna do that. Okay, so as you can see, all of these here, we moved us to 2 lines. Okay, very simple like that. And then the show edit form. Well, you know what? Let's do the delete off while we're here. There is a delete all that we did not we include in the button. So I'm going to go up here later on. We'll actually do it now. There's a delete, and there's going to be another delete all. It's going to duplicate this. Alt shift down, and this one here has no ID, so just delete. And we're going to call a function called delete all. That's the action. All right, so let's save this and go back to our controller, and let's create a delete all. I'm going to copy this. It'll be kind of similar, and I'm going to delete this junk right here. And we don't need an ID for this one, so just delete all. And for this one is a little bit different. I'm not going to find it, right? I don't need to find it. I just basically call the delete function, and you do that. There are a couple ways to do this. You know, you can call the truncate function using a different methods, but I'm going to use this quick function called do the project. The project is the one that we need. Query, and then it's going to call a function called delete. That will delete your data. Okay, if you want to, so by deleting the data, if you're using a an auto increment free ID, basically the IDs are retained wherever it was left off. If you want to delete and reset that ID altogether, then you want to call the truncate function instead. But that's all it is for delete all the data, and that should be gone. All right. So the edit form. Let's see, when we edit, yeah, this is just to show the form, right? So again, we're passing the object of a particular ID of a particular project. So we need to do the search, right? Once we search, we find it, and then we can go ahead and then, you know, render that to the view. So again, we're not going to need this anymore. Okay, we'll let the model handle that for us. I still need to get a project, a single project, and then I need to call a function called project find, and then we pass them the ID. Once you find that ID, it's going to return the project object to the project. We pass that to the view and render that to the view. Okay, just a single statement for this one here. And then this is for the post, right? When the edit comes back, we have the data, and then with a particular ID, we need to match that, right? So this time I'm going to make it a little bit different because remember our fieldable has the ID included. So that means I'm going to include that in the validation. So just do something like this. I'm going to update this and include that in the ID as well, make it as required. And then once it's all past the requirement, right? So we're not going to do this again. We turn all these off. All we need to do is now, before we return back to the portfolio, we're going to, right, you're going to update it. We're going to call the update function. Okay, so we still need to find it, kind of like the delete we did earlier. Yeah, like here, right? We need to find this project ID first. So I'm going to copy that, put it right in here. Find a project. Okay, once I find a project, then I will call the update function from this project object. And I need to pass to this one here the data coming from the request, right? The request, remember, request contains all the information from the form fields, or you can pass the data as an array, but I'm going to call the request here. And the request contains the data. So right into this function, I'll call the request, and then there's a function called all to pass all the records or all the fields and their values to the update function. And it's going to update the project based on this ID here we return here. And once that's updated, we return the user back to the portfolio page. Okay, so again, it's a lot of code removed. Okay, the add will be kind of similar. So I'm going to copy this again. The validation will be the same. So I need to add ID for both the edit and the add field. Now, for the add we did was that we actually randomized this here, right? So again, we're not going to need this anymore. Randomize the ID. So what I would do is I will generate the ID as a random number from the view and the form first. And then when it comes in here, we already have the random ID here, okay? And it will validate that. And then the same thing. This time though, we're not going to search, right? We are just going to basically add the request all object to the data source. So we're just going to basically do one very easy call object. Great. And what are we creating? We're going to get the data from the request again and get all the fields. That's it. That's for updating. Adding new data to the database and then redirect the user back to the portfolio, and we are done. So as you can see, it's quite short now, right? So we don't need all these stuff here. I will clean this later. Maybe actually we can delete them now. We don't need them anymore. Okay, we don't need that. This, we don't need this anymore. This either. And I don't need the sessions because data are now live from the database, so there's no need to do a session anymore. Only do that for the welcome message. So that's that. And this one as well. We don't need this anymore. I'll keep the prefix as is, but you can see that's now much shorter. Okay, and these are our CRUD operations. We call this API. Although naturally an API you want to do it, it's a little different, but the same idea. You can also create API that will be accessible via a different app. Right? Okay, so let's see what we can do. And we just need to go and update the ID for the two fields, two views, the add view and the edit view. Okay. So somewhere in here, I'm going to include the ID view here. I'm going to copy this and just put it right in here. And I'll make this, the name will be ID. ID, I don't really need ID here because I'm not going to do anything to it. But the value is the project ID. And I also want to make the type to be hidden. Okay, I need to show that to the user. So that's included already. For the edit, the add, also need to do the same thing right in here. This time though, the value will be generated automatically. So we use the rand function here. I'm generating anything from 1000 to 9999. Okay, this is just my demo. Of course, you can do it whatever you want. And it will be included already when we run the submission form. Okay, so I think that's it. All right, so let's give it a try and see if everything works. If it's not, we'll fix it and see what the errors tells us. So go to your site, load the page, make sure everything broke. Okay, so I have an error in the model constructor, the data file. Okay, so yeah, the data file here, right? Remember, we don't need that anymore, and we need to basically just remove that completely because it's interfering. So what it is that in the file, the data file, this one here, remember, it's calling the project model, and our project model we changed it, right? So we already removed all these constructor information here. So therefore, this is no longer relevant. So therefore, I'm going to just turn off everything here, or you can delete it if you want to. But since it's here, it's going to run it. So it's going to crash. I'm going to turn this off. And also from the web, I need to turn it off up here. Okay. So actually, we don't need this at all. And yeah, that's completely removed because everything's now from the database. Let's go and give it another shot. Here we go. Perfect. Let's go to the portfolio and boom, right? Perfect. Are these really data from a database? Well, we can check it out. All right. One thing, let's go and edit here. Let's say I'm going to edit my personal site. I'll call it exclamation mark and then exclamation mark here and then leave that as is. Go and update. Okay. Now go to view and refresh the page and boom, there it is. Right. So we know that it's coming from the database. How do we know for sure? You can do whatever you want, right? So I can
I can edit this, right? So notice here, we have the exclamation mark. I can undo this again, try to edit, see if it works. Seems to be working correctly. Let's remove that, remove everything back to what it was before and update, and boom, oh, there's an error. All right, so let's see. Better data required doesn't exist. Oh, okay, I have an error there. But we'll fix it. But let's see. Yep, let's fix the error in the require edit. So when we do the edit part, let's close that data file. The add will be find the controller. ID is required. Or required or the D. Okay, maybe I did wrong for the other one too. Let's see, required. Yeah, that's important. All right, so one more time, edit and remove that and this and hit a dot and then hit submit and still an error. All right, okay, so there is still an updated add field list. Okay, some errors in here. For some reason, I probably missed some information in this part yet. Well, you know what? Looks good to me. I couldn't find a reason why. Let's see what the error says again, and we'll troubleshoot that a little bit. So it says a column not found. Projects updated at. Yeah, we don't have the project. I don't think we have that in our database. I'm not sure what it's trying to call that. So it says, let's see, you want to run migration again. Maybe let's do that again and see what happens. Okay, that could be it because I ran different migration for the other one. So let's go back and do a migration. Let's do this. Let's do a let's see, our migration file. I'm going to make sure it's still the way I had it under the database. If you remember in the database, migrations, projects, and this is the one. So we have ID, name, description. Yeah. Okay, so let's do this. PHP and PHP artisan migrate and then reset. Okay, we do a reset and we roll everything back again. We should not found projects table. Create projects table. Did I not do that right? Under the database, migrations, projects. Okay. All right, so we reset the table. Make sure that it's deleted from the database first. See. Laravel. Okay, that's been deleted. Okay, that's good. Let's try one more time. And now we're going to do a migrate. I will use the same here, but I'm going to call it migrate path that only and hit enter. Okay, looks good. And then now I'm going to seed it. So if you remember, we do something like that, and we'll just say db code seed. The class is called project seeder. Enter. Have an error here. Let's see. Project data is not defined. Constant. Okay, so it's some error in our code. We might have to fix those first. Now that we made some changes, let's go back to our seeders here. This is the one that we want to change. Now it says there's an error, right? So I want to move this back to the local. Let's do this. Make it simple. Just seeding our database. Go here, and I can't put constant in here. I'll just put a regular variable data, and then put a $sign back down here. And I think that should be good. Let's go back and try again. All right. Okay, so we are now done. Make sure the database is now filled again with the data. And it looks good. Okay, let's give it a try and see what happens. Let's go to the home page, go to the portfolio. All right, looks good. Let's do an edit and put here the exclamation mark, just one field.
and it's still not found. Interesting. Something's going on here, and we need to figure out why. All right, see what's going on. The migration looks fine to me. I think it keeps calling a field that we don't need when we run the if I remember correctly. Let's see. The Cedar, that's fine, and our model. Okay, so it tends to add a field, updated field, which we don't need. I think we just turn that off. If I'm not mistaken, there is a variable, the timestamp. Let's see, when we create, let's say, a project here, because it does require, I think by default, it does require a timestamp. And we can turn that off. We don't need that in it to be in our program. So where did I put it? Into project. Okay, so I think we just set a variable call timestamp. We set that to false. I think that solves the problem. We don't need a timestamp variable. If you want to, then you will have to, I think you have to add it as a part of the your database table. If you don't need it, then we just turn that off. Okay, I think that's what's causing it. Let's see what happens. Let's go back and try again. Let's try this site again. All right, let's try one more time. Put exclamation mark and submit. Oh, it's still not working correctly. I'm stumped. One more time. Maybe it's not timestamp. Is it timestamps? Timestamps. Maybe that's what it was. Okay. And submit. Come on. There it is. All right. Okay. So that was it. So just make sure you turn that off. If you don't want to include it, if you do need that, if you don't include that, then you have to add the column timestamp or updated at, and then also there's like 2 fields you need to add it in your database. But just turn those off, and then we're good to go. Okay, so let's see if we can add a new project in here. App 1, best app, and then here HTTP best app, and submit. There we go. We add that here. Okay, perfect. And we can also verify over here in the database just to make sure it's there. And it's indeed, here it is. Okay, with ID already filled in for us. We can also delete them. All right, so it's good. If you do another delete, you should see that also these should be updated. Perfect. Now, if you do a delete all, and everything is now gone, and our site will be completely wiped out as well. All right, so perfect. And that's all we need to do in this example here. So let's go back and just fill out the data back again, and we are now good to go. I'm going to go and seed it again. So one more time, and the data has been seeded. Let's go back and try again, refresh our page, and everything should come back. There we go. All right, so that is how you would do it using the data model to connect to your database. Make sure again that you turn this variable off if you don't need to include that. Otherwise, you need to include the updated timestamp in here. And if you include a timestamp like the way you saw in the user here, like this, not here, but we need to turn that on and off. Okay, so just do that part. The controller is where all the action happens. We need just to do the validation. If you don't do that, you just basically call these functions here, and that will do the job. So review these functions. A lot of these functions are also inside the model class, if you want to look into that, where you can actually do more query. If it's not what you're looking for, then you can do your operations here and you run your own query and run that and then produce whatever you need. Now, in a separate case where you actually create your own API, you would not put your functions here. So instead of doing this way, you would use the API file and put your API calls here, and then this would be like the get, put, up, update, delete request, as opposed to here we only use like the get and the post, right? So if you use an actual API, then you will return the data back as JSON data to wherever it's being called. You put your source here, and because using this type of APIs, you don't really need the view, right? So you just return the data back, and then you will create a controller with similar to what you have here, but instead of returning a view, you will return the actual data back. So you return the project back or whatever the message is if it's successful. Maybe in a separate video or something, we'll do something like that. But for now, this is it for this model part 2. So thank you, and have any questions, let me know.